Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first ever Tech Warrior Enterprise Tech Warrior Cyber Ops. Before we get into the agenda and what you'll see throughout the rest of the day and the week, I'd like to give some of you that don't know what the Tech Warrior Enterprise and what a Tech Warrior Ops is, a quick overview of what it is that our organization brings and kind of lay the groundwork for why we're having this event and some of the other features that will be coming up. I'm John Corky Matecki. Off screen, helping me and assisting me with this, and you'll see him later today in our panel, is Dan Boot at DeMotta. We represent the Tech Warrior Enterprise for this event. So, quick overview of the Tech Warrior Enterprise. We're going to do a quick introduction to what the Tech Warrior Enterprise is and how we support the Tech Warrior vision and how that ties into this event. So, the introduction to Tech Warrior Enterprise. This is what we do. The folks, as you're reading this, folks, you can see the words that are in bold are primary what we want to accomplish. So we want to give you an environment where you can test, experiment, collect data, and insert your product into operational situations to showcase and demonstrate your state-of-the-art warfighting technology. So using this platform that we have, we want you to be able to go in and interact with the subject matter experts into a real-world situation to see if your technology is able to do what you say it can do. So how do we do that? We created an environment that achieves the goals in a fail-forward type of situation, so that if you have a slip up here, it stays amongst us and the subject matter experts, that it doesn't cause someone their life or is affected by national security. So if your product in the cyber world was out and it caused someone to be able to get into a secure system because your device is supposed to stop that, your company almost guaranteed will become bankrupt. Doing it inside of the Tech Warrior Enterprise and inside of the Tech Warrior Cyber Ops, it gives you the ability to press a little bit further. So where if you fail, it's okay. It's a controlled fail. You learn from that failure. And it also helps you accelerate your product to market by managing that risk in a controlled environment, and also contains the cost. With the environment that we are giving the 12 companies that have been selected to participate in this event, it would cost you lots and lots of money to be able to have access to these subject matter experts if you hired them on the outside. We specifically picked 2 topics that are tailored specifically to match the need of these technologies. So all of the technologists that will be giving you presentations later in today's event were selected because they match correctly to our topics that we have. So how do we achieve these goals? So as you can see, we've got a pyramid. Tech Warrior Enterprise is our overall arching organization, and we do it through 2 events. One is the Tech Connect, and one is this event that you're officially a part of now, is the Tech Warrior Ops. So let's talk about Tech Warrior Connect. Inside the Tech Warrior Connect, this is a one-on-one event, so where a company will come in and have a small footprint, talk to a small user group. So in the cyber world, you would basically talk to one of our subject matter experts rather than multiple subject matter experts. And this can happen in any course inside of your development of technology. So if you're still in the conceptual phase and you have an idea, this is where you can get the subject matter experts to flush out your idea. If you have a widget that can actually be tested, we can test it and do it one-on-one. These are as short or as long as you want. The normal that we've seen to date is that they're about 3 to 5 days, nothing longer. Then we get into what we're currently in, is the Tech Warrior Ops. The Tech Warrior Ops is where we bring in multiple companies. So we go from that one-on-one, we have multiple companies in, and we bring in multiple users to give you feedback. So rather than just getting one opinion, you're going to get multiple opinions and multiple feedback on your device to help accelerate it. Again, all goes into that controlled environment, all gives you the feedback that you need to accelerate and controlling the cost. So how do we support this vision? Well, first, this entire vision and being part of the Tech Warrior Enterprise does not cost a dime to any small business. You can use our resources and attend our events free of charge. The only thing that we ask when we get into this non-COVID environment is you will have to offset the cost of travel, lodging yourself, and feeding yourself. Outside of that, once you step on and use our services, once you come to whatever facility we're operating at, there is no cost to you, the small business. So how do we support that vision? We bring in domain expertise from all of the areas. As you can see, our primary focus has been to date of everything that's listed there But when we've expanded out, this being our first cyber event, we've dug a little bit deeper into the research scientist piece. We're broadening out. As we do more and more new events, we're expanding this. The Tech Warrior Enterprise was born in December of 2017. So we're still in our infancy. As we're developing our partnerships and be able to accommodate all small businesses, we continue to add new events like this one. Our technical expertise, some of this will be brought to bear inside of this event, but we bring in what is needed for you, the small business. How can we get you the best feedback from the previous slide and this slide to give you the best chance to get into a warfighter's hands? This is some of the infrastructure that we bring to bear at our home site, that we have a robust Wi-Fi network for you to get onto. And then inside our events, if you're doing something that was outside, this is not applicable to cyber, but if there's other folks that are listening, we have 10 network cameras that are able to record what's going on and is housed on a 4 terabyte high resolution video recorder that we keep everything so that you can use for feedback. So here's our contact information. This slide is slightly deceiving because I don't know what the right thing to put here is. Some of you have questions based off of the enterprise. How can you get involved in our next cyber event? What other events? What we're going to do to make sure that today is as smooth as possible, at the end of the day, some of the key speakers will come back and we will facilitate a question and answer session with you, the audience. So as you go through each one of these presentations today, I want you to jot down what questions you have. If you want to submit them immediately to the email that's listed there, twenterprise@right-research.org, feel free to send them to us as this is happening live. We'll try to answer them, or if they're a really good question, we will actually go in and answer it in our live panel that will happen later today. So that is the overview of the Tech Warrior Enterprise. Now let's get into what you'll see throughout the rest of today, and then you, the small businesses that are attending and have been selected to the company to showcase your company should expect. So there is a vast amount of speakers that will happen throughout the rest of the course of today. All of these will be recorded, so if for some reason you get pulled aside and you have to do something business related to where you're not able to attend one of the speakers, don't worry, these are going to be recorded. We'll get you the information of where they will be housed after the event so that you can access them at your leisure. Or if there was a speaker such as myself that was so amazing that you want to listen to again, you can go back and listen to them again. So all of today is going to be speakers. At the end of the day, we're going to come back, we'll close it out, we'll recap everything, and then we're going to have a discussion panel of select folks that will answer you, the audience's questions. Prior to that, we're going to have a quick showcase and introduction to each one of the 12 companies that have been selected for participating in the first ever Tech Warrior Cyber Ops event. So the last part of this that I want to do, and I'm not going to mention any names other than one, because I would forget someone and I don't want to leave anybody out, is the thank yous. This event does just not come about. There has been months and months of hard work and effort that has gone on behind the scenes of folks that you'll never get to see their face. You'll never even know their participation in this event. So for everybody who has had a piece in this event, thank you so much for making this successful. I look forward to seeing the next 4 days, how this event unfolds. So thank you from the bottom of my heart and the Tech Warrior Enterprise for all the support and effort that you have put into this event. Next, thank you so much to the team from AFRL. The Tech Warrior Enterprise has roots tied back into AFRL back post 9/11. The leadership at the time realized that there was a need for scientists and engineers to understand what it was that their customer base needed, because they were creating a lot of odd devices that were not applicable. So rather than continue this trend, Tech Warrior was born, which was Operation Tech Warrior. This was a 2-week event that was not far from Rome, New York, up at Fort Drum, where we brought the scientists and acquisition officers out of the lab and put them in a combat training environment and gave them some education on what it was to be a combat troop downrange, so that when they went back to the lab, that they had the ability to put a face to potential customer and also know somewhat of what it was like to walk into their shoes. Since then, the Tech Warrior Enterprise has grown to bigger and newer things, as I just laid out for you. So it is nice to continue that relationship and bring back some of that history with AFRL. So thank you from the team for AFRL, the subject matter experts that are leading the challenges. Thank you for everything that you do and everything that you will do over the course of the next 4 days. Thank you to NYSTEC for their partnership and all the resources that they have brought to bear to make sure that this has been the most successful event possible. There's a lot of folks that, again, you will never know their faces, and they know who they are. So thank you to each and every one of you for putting this together. That will never be seen and have the platform like this to address the audience. So for all those unsung heroes, to the janitor who takes out the trash, to every level that makes this event happen, the folks that are brewing the coffee, everyone's involvement in this, you play a key role with some form or fashion. So thank you so much for this, for putting this on. So again, thank you for joining us for the first ever Tech Warrior Cyber Ops. We look to do more of these in the future. As 2021 unfolds, we look to do at least one more of these, maybe more. We look to make them bigger, better, faster. I'm sure as this event unfolds, nothing is ever perfect. If there is something that was extremely wrong that you see as a customer, small business, an industry person, please email us politely at Tech Warrior Enterprise so that we can make it better for the next one. This is the first of many evolutions. If there's so, please let us know. We'll make sure that we can accommodate that, make it bigger, better, stronger, faster for the next set of groups that come up. With that, I would like to introduce our next speaker. I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Lawrence. Colonel Lawrence is the Information Directorate. He is the commander of AFRL at Rome, New York. So Colonel Lawrence, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, John and Dan. Good morning. Cyber is a key area of research for the Air Force Research Lab Information Directorate here in Rome, New York. Our cyber research spans offense, defense, and support in operations through and from cyberspace. Our focus areas are cyber warfighting, cyber assurance, and electromagnetic cyber convergence. We take a risk-based, information-focused approach to supporting and assuring cyber missions. In information, we're focused in that it's about assuring information, not systems. Risk-based, and that it has to consider not only the risks mitigated, but also what risks are introduced. Effectiveness is not assumed. Our systems must be supported by data and analysis against relevant threats. AFRL cyber research needs to inform and be informed by the broader industrial and academic community, which is the goal of the outreach. Congratulations for getting to this phase. I know that you put white papers together, and now we brought in our best to see your ideas as you go through this challenge. And your challenge will be focused in two areas. In the Internet of Things, where we're going to ask you to see, based upon the challenge problems that we have, how you could potentially find vulnerabilities. So it'll be on the offensive side. And then on the defensive side, evaluating our key cyber infrastructure that's out there for both military, commercial, and governmental platforms, where you may be able, through the challenge, to identify vulnerabilities that we're not aware of. We want your novel ideas. The importance about what we do here at the Air Force Research Lab is that we're cradle to grave as far as cyber in whatever platform it is, in the cyber domain, the air domain, and the space domain. We think about vulnerabilities at code inception, because the worst thing you want to do is have a platform that's operational and then there's a major vulnerability found, because that's broken glass. Lots of dollars will have to be expended to fix that system. So when we look at our developers, we incorporate that in. They may have to write a little bit more code at the inception, but again, if that leads to a much better protected system that's less vulnerable, that protects our military warfighters, and that product is put in the field, that's what we want. So looking at that as you go through this challenge, that's what I think makes us unique. We have systems where we're looking at vulnerabilities from the inception. The other thing that I want to share with you as you go through this challenge is that a lot of the work we do here is classified, and we're not talking about that now. But in doing so, there's platforms that we have that I can't discuss. But I'm saying that as a major recruiting chip, because even if you don't win this challenge, come work for us. We have vacancies here at the Air Force Research Lab now, or partnering with one of our folks whether it's in academia or industry. With our new Innovari open campuses there, we're going to enable the world's best to come in here and look at your novel ideas and find ways that we can collaborate together to make it a whole world concept where better military effectiveness and through dual use, better commercial effectiveness. And that's why we want you, and there's great programs. So with that, again, thank you so much for being a participant in this challenge. I look forward to seeing how you fare. With that, I'm going to introduce Dr. Mike Hayduk. Dr. Mike Hayduk is our deputy director here. He's the world's photonics expert, so it's great that you have use of his time. Over to you, Mike.
Good morning. Thank you, Colonel Lawrence, for that great introduction to kick off this event. It's such an honor to be here today for the Tech Warrior Cyber Ops event and to be part of this very new engagement and new way of doing things. As you heard Colonel Lawrence say, cyber research is a key part of what we do in the Information Directorate. And we certainly see this from the perspective of both offensive cyber as well as defensive cyber. As we go forward, as we look to doing things differently and moving towards the future, I'd like to spend a few minutes just talking about our new open campus model. And this is the Innovari Advancement Center. Innovari was conceived a few years ago, basically coming from the fact that the Air Force decided it needed to do things differently, especially as it wanted to push along technology, transition technology faster, and really get things and capabilities out to the warfighter faster to allow the Air Force to enable its technology superiority. So Innovari, where did it come from and why are we here today talking about it? So as I mentioned, Innovari was conceived a few years ago, but it's really more than just a building. So certainly we have a great building in terms of the Advancement Center. It's a 40,000 square foot facility containing both rapid prototyping areas as well as hard walled labs, lots of open collaboration spaces. But it's more than that. It's really a new business model and it's a new way of doing things for the Air Force. One of the things we'd like to talk about is what Innovari means and what the purpose of Innovari is. So if we think about Innovari, we think about the name Innovari. It goes back to its Latin roots of innovatus. And what that really is into the new. So what we're doing with Innovari is into the new. We are pushing technology, we are maturing technology, and we're accelerating both technology as well as development of talent for not only national security, but as well as economic competitiveness. And this is across many areas that comprise the Information Directorate. So you may have heard the phrase Rome equals C4I and cyber. What do we mean by that? C4I. So command, control, communications, computers, intelligence, and cyber. So in terms of cyber, we're very proud of our heritage and our lineage in cyber. We go back many years in terms of the pioneering work that we did in cyber research in the Information Directorate, or what we're commonly known as Rome Lab. So as you'll see over the next several days here, is we'll be building upon that. And what we're doing with Innovari is building upon these key areas that form the basis of our technologies that we really want to push into the new concept. And this being cyber, quantum, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and unmanned aerial systems. Now, we've had several events in the last few months, beginning with the Quantum Collider in May, and then we also had the Quantum Tech Accelerator in August. These were great ways to get Innovari up and running. Now we're into the cyber events. In the future, we'll be having other events that really cover the AI events, but today we're going to talk about cyber and of course, the challenges that go along with that. So we're very excited to bringing in small businesses and to utilizing, these new technology partners. One of the things that we wanted to do with Innovari is really bring together these new business models. And to highlight that a little bit further, Innovari was set up so we could access small businesses better. Being able to do business with the Air Force often presented new challenges, but we saw Innovari as being a way to bring small business into the mix, along with not only the Air Force, but other government agencies, industry, as well as academia. So as we look to this event, the challenges we're putting forward under this event are certainly key investments for AFRL, not only currently in FY21, but out into the future. In terms of this actual event, certainly the Internet of Things is a growing field, posing numerous challenges to all of our operations in cyberspace. Our increasing reliance on commercial infrastructure requires us to find new ways to move and process data securely. Formulating this event as a challenge rather than a hackathon allows us the ability to test new ideas and really open the aperture and looking what's out there in terms of art of the possible. A few things about the differences between hackathons and challenges. Hackathons are about creating on the fly and limiting the thinking really to the current problem as well as the time frame that it's under. Challenges, on the other hand, allow us to provide a deeper look at ongoing technology development, and that's what we're going to look at over the next few days here. Our hope is that not only the winners, but all of the contestants will continue to engage with us in these key areas, as well as in other areas that certainly align with the Information Directorate and as the Air Force and Air Force Research Lab as a whole. So please keep an eye out for upcoming announcements and requests for information and things like that in the future, because we certainly see more events like this happening in the future. I'd also like to talk a little bit about why we're doing this event and the ultimate purpose. So I talked about Innovare in terms of being able to accelerate technology development and accelerate talent development. So within the Air Force, we see the way we transition technology is changing, and we need to find new partners to help us embrace the future and really move into the new. Often we see ourselves as being integrating concepts into our systems to meet specific needs and then going back and replacing those when necessary. However, when we engage with industry, we can find multiple approaches to meet these challenging requirements. It really gives us that agility to be able to adjust. And of course, in cyberspace, that is so critical. So new partners, new partnerships that are going to be developed through this event offer us new options for responsiveness, bringing in new ideas, and of course, driving agility. This event, first of many that are planned, not only in cyber, but in those other areas that I have talked about, will help us find those new partners. We're very excited about engaging with those who have participated here. We started out with 17 folks and companies that have applied. We narrowed it down to 10 for this event. Those who applied and who didn't make it to this event, we look forward to working with you in the future. And certainly those of you who are going to be working on this event, we look forward to seeing these exciting results. And again, we thank everyone who submitted. Lastly, if you're interested in learning more about Innovare and how you can partner with the Air Force through it, please visit our website, innovare.org. Thank you. I would now like to introduce Mr. Bruce Miller. Bruce Miller is the Deputy Director of Small Business for the Air Force Research Laboratory. He assists the Air Force Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs, AFRL Small Business Programs, and the Air Force Technology Transfer and Transition and Commercialization Programs. He focuses on developing novel interactions between AFRL researchers, small business, and community partners to provide innovative technologies to meet Air Force requirements and AFRL small business contract award goals. His duties include the identification of small businesses and have capabilities to meet Air Force requirements, outreach and recruitment of small businesses to bid on AFRL solicitations, transferring and commercializing AFRL intellectual property, and the training of scientists and engineers, as well as contracting officers on small business and technology transfer programs. Bruce, over to you.
Thank you to Colonel Lawrence and Dr. Hayduk for inviting me to participate in this event today, and Mike Graniero and Denise Lee and the very many other people on the team that are putting together this week's event. My name is Bruce Miller. I'm the Deputy Director for Small Business at Air Force Research Laboratory Headquarters at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Got a few things I want to share with you today, so let me bring my slides up. Okay, there's the title slide, and what it shows down there at the bottom is we are the most unique small business office probably in the entire Department of Defense, because not only do we have the traditional small business mission of trying to increase opportunities for small businesses in our procurements, We also are the home of the Air Force SBIR STTR program, which is part of why you're here today, and the Air Force Technology Transfer and Transition Program. So let me talk a little bit about how we think all these things link together for the AFRL Small Business Office. We have often shown in the past, as we call this the toolbox slide. It shows how we link small business, SBIR, STTR, and technology transfer and transition to assist the warfighter and increase the small business community. To the leadership call to action in the past few years is as we're getting ready to, they stood up the United States Space Force, and they're trying to improve the Air Force overall. So one of our main purposes is, we want to demystify working with the Air Force. It can be very confusing to small businesses. Some of the things that are obvious to those of us been around a long time aren't obvious to others. We want to make small business the partners of choice for research and transition. Find a lot of innovative ideas in small businesses, and AFRL has a very strong history of support to small businesses and awarding contracts to small businesses. We want to link innovation and technology to the mission in the marketplace, and we want to establish networks of innovation hubs and partnerships. Traditional things we do is every federal agency that has a procurement budget has a responsibility to obligate as high a percentage of the dollars that they have as possible with small businesses around the country. This is what we call our Small Business Office Directory trifold. You'll see that we have small business professionals to assist small businesses that are interested in working with AFRL at every AFRL location around the country. And here in Rome, New York, where you folks are, we've got Mike Graniero. As I like to call Mike, our man in Rome. You're going to hear from him coming up right after me. Chart is the main purpose of this chart is to show that AFRL in fiscal year 19, and by the time you're hearing me today, we're into fiscal year 21. We'll have the fiscal year 20 stats in a few weeks. But in fiscal year 19, AFRL spent about $4 billion, of which $2.1 billion was with small businesses. Many folks think that all AFRL does in the way of small businesses is the SBIR, STTR programs, but that's only about $500 million of our overall operations. And as you can see, these are the top 10 states for where we obligate our money, or at least did in fiscal year 19. And New York is number 4, Ohio is number 2. I'm going to show you a few of these slides from AFRLSBHub.com. If you get anything out of my presentation today, what I want you to remember is this is a 24/7 connect tool to small businesses. AFRLSBHub.com, and one of the things you can do there is as a very strong Google-like browser to find business opportunities, contracting opportunities at both betasam.gov and grants.gov. AFRLSBHub.com. A bit about our traditional small business role. People know about that. And you can hear later from other folks today about the SBIR STTR program. What I want to talk a little bit about today is the Air Force Technology Transfer and Transition Program Office. That is part of AFRL-SB. They do all these things on behalf of not just AFRL, but a lot of times for the Air Force, including licensing technologies, which is something that Rome actually, the folks at Rome excel at. There's all sorts of Air Force laboratory facilities all around the country, not just in AFRL. All of them have an Office of Research Technology Application, or ORTA. Now, an ORTA tends not to be an office, but a person. And in Rome, the ORTA is Stephen Colenso, and he can be very helpful in the process if you're interested in licensing technology from AFRL. Licensing technology that has allowed this listing of companies to spin out of AFRL at Rome and either create new companies or add to existing business. These are technologies that were developed in the government laboratory by government employees. So we don't do a very good job at commercializing those kind of things, but we are good at licensing that technology to companies that can make use of it. SBHub.com. Here is a link to, you can search the Air Force patent and IP holdings online to see if there's a technology you might want to license from us to go build a business or increase your existing business. In the technology transfer and transition world, we have other partnering opportunities. In addition to the patent license agreement, which is what I've really been talking about, we have cooperative research and development agreements, CRADAs, educational partnership agreements. The only thing about every one of the things on this page is that they do not involve the transfer of funding from the federal government to the other party. If you want the federal government to fund your research, then you need to go back to that find solicitations page at AFRL-SBHub.com. However, sometimes these patent license agreements, when they work out well, and a company makes commercial sales off that patent, you will owe the government some royalties. But I think if you got those kind of sales out of that, they'll be more than happy to pay. The Air Force has a number of partnership intermediaries around the country. The nice folks at NYSTEC, who I've got the arrow pointing at, they're just one of two that we have in the Rome, New York area, in addition to the Griffith Institute. Pretty much every AFRL location has what we call a local PF. All of those have connections back to our office. Also out at Montana State University in Bozeman, Montana, we have Middletech and TechLink, which are two OSD sponsored PIAs that the AFRL Small Business Office manages on behalf of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Defense Research and Engineering. We also are making more and more of our partnership with an OSD office called the National Security Innovation Network, or NSIN. They used to be known as MD5. We have some folks that are actually employees of AFRL-SB that work with NSIN, and NSIN folks have collaborated with a number of different parts of AFRL, including at least 3 or 4 events with the nice folks up at Rome. Today, or this week, because of the AFRL Air Force Cyber Sitter program. Now, these are currently the top 7 strategic initiatives for AFRL, for the Air Force Cyber Sitter program. And one of them, as you'll see, is demonstrating products in realistic settings through Tech Warrior. Because you're here for this Tech Warrior Ops event, and they also have had other events at the National Center for Medical Readiness outside of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. But it's a Cyber Sitter special initiative, and I congratulate you on participating in this week. Summing things up, we like to talk about how this is a graphical representation of the AFRL headquarters small business office. We want to bring innovation to the warfighter with speed and agility. We think we do that with things like the Air Force Cyber Sitter program, Air Force Technology Transfer and Transition program, and with our links to the folks at Ensign. If you have any other questions about AFRL and our small business programs, get in touch with me. I'm sure there's going to be copies of my presentation, and if you need anything else, Mike Graniero knows how to get in contact with you. So I thank you, folks, again for being with me today. Thanks again for inviting me. You can hear about interesting things from Mike Graniero and some of the other folks. Congratulations on making it here, and best of luck in the future. Thank you.
As Bruce had mentioned, my name is Mike Graniero. I'm the small business professional for the Information Directorate. And my role here is really to be your liaison to the lab and to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to achieve our small business goals. And the Air Force and AFRL really focus strongly on small businesses because we know that you are drivers of the economy and that you are critical to us really advancing the technologies of interest to us. And part of that is really for me to advocate for small businesses, be your liaison, support the acquisition process, ensure that regulations are followed, and really to work on those areas. And part of that commitment that the Air Force and AFRL have to small business is that we have very high goals. And a great testament to that, and a testament to the work that you do, is that the Information Directorate alone in fiscal year 19 obligated more than $700 million to small businesses. And if that doesn't demonstrate commitment, I don't know what does. So what do we buy at the Information Directorate? As you heard, we focus on the R&D side primarily in those core technical areas: autonomy, command and control, connectivity and dissemination, cyber science, technology, and processing and exploitation. But we also maintain our own site and our own facilities. Although we are not a Air Force base, we do have our own operational and R&D contracting offices in-house. So you'll also find procurements for supplies and equipment, infrastructure, architectural and engineering, as well as services for those facilities, like custodial, snow and ice removal, things of that nature. So how do we buy it? Broad agency announcements are the primary method that we procure our R&D. You'll also find requests for formal source selections and requests for proposals, as well as use of government-wide contract vehicles like GSA, NetSense, NASA SOUP, and those types of acquisition vehicles. Primarily, you'll find our procurements on Beta SAM for the R&D side, and going back to GSA for a lot of the operational procurements, as well as some other government-wide contract vehicles. So as you can see here, the GSA contract vehicle requires contractors to onboard and be parts of those programs to see those procurements. So my suggestion to you would really be to reach out and try to get yourself onboarded for the services, supplies, and products that you provide to those vehicles, so you can see those procurements that we solicit through GSA. With respect to R&D, a lot of the work that we do goes right through the beta.sam website. And you'll see that procurements that we post there will run through two different office codes. On the R&D side is the FA 8750, and on the operational side, FA 8751. And you're also going to want to ensure that you change your selection method and search history to cover the past 12 months, because our broad agency announcements are generally out there for 5 years, and we repost them every year. So you're going to want to do a search of more than just the automatic 3-month search. You're also going to want to look at the NetSense contracts and the upcoming 2GIT contract for things like IT products and services. This is one of those government-wide acquisition vehicles that we use and at times are mandated to use depending on the requirement. And also for IT services, you'll also want to look for the OASIS onboarding opportunities, as well as the Alliant 2 small business opportunity to onboard. So forecasted opportunities, and this is what generally folks like to look for. We currently have 39 open broad agency announcements, all posted on that beta.sam website. And we can award virtually any contract type, from grants, cooperative agreements, contracts, other transactions, depending on the way the work is proposed. And most of our broad agency announcements are 2-step BAAs. So you'll be submitting a white paper for review by our technical experts, and then potentially invited to submit a proposal. And other items of interest, something to keep in mind, system for award management. In order to receive a government contract, you need to be registered in SAM. And it's something that a lot of folks don't envision doing until they're ready to receive a contract. So please, if you're contemplating proposing to a contract, proposing to an RFI that we have out there, get your SAM registration done. Make sure it's up to date if you've already done it and current. I can't emphasize that enough, because it could prohibit you from receiving a contract. And also, as I mentioned before, check that beta.sam for announcements. Look for industry days that we post to that site. It'll be great ways for you to collaborate with our requirements folks, both virtually and in person once we get back to normal. You'll also find requests for information and sources sought notices where we are looking for available sources to provide those requirements that we have. And a lot of the resources that I mentioned also with GSA, OASIS, Alliant, et cetera, you're going to want to keep an eye on those too. So thank you for your time. And if you'd like to have a more detailed conversation or meet with me virtually to talk about some additional opportunities and to help me understand what your capabilities are and find a fit within the lab, I encourage you to reach out to me directly. It's my pleasure to host you, whether in person or in a virtual meeting, to help you find those opportunities. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. David Shahady, Director of the Air Force SBIR Program.
Hi, my name is David Shahady. I am the Director of the Air Force SBIR STTR program, so it is a great pleasure to talk to you all today. I think the best thing that I want to share with you is a little of the history of the program, a little bit of what we're doing right now, and then talk about what we see as far as the future. And there are just so many exciting things going on in this swim lane of innovation right now for the Air Force. I think that probably the best thing to talk and start off is the difference between inventors and innovators. And the best example I use very, very often is that the light bulb was actually invented by Joseph Swan in England far before Thomas Edison did. But what Thomas Edison was able to do is was able to take that to the Edison Lighting Company, was able to put that light bulb in every home in America. And that's what the difference between innovators and inventors truly are. That inventors make stuff, but innovators make history. And that's what we're really looking for on the Air Force side, is folks that are going to come help us on the Air Force side to make history. And the program that we've been working under obviously has been around for a very, very long time. It has a long tradition. It's a congressional program, meaning our congressional leadership throughout the country saw some tremendous value and opportunity in small business. And they created the SBIR program in order to try to help do several things. One was to grow the economy and build the national economy across all of the United States. They also looked to, is there a way to take small business technology and leverage that to help the warfighter? They wanted to see how they could do things quickly. Could we accelerate the speed of technology? Could we accelerate the speed that business could be done? And then could we actually expand the industrial base of companies that are available within our nation in order to help build military and government capabilities? And I think that is a tremendous framework to build off of. And so if you think back in the past, the program, so I took over as the first Air Force level program manager or director in 2016. And there was sort of an era before where we were doing really aggressive work and trying to work very, very hard to get things accomplished. Everything took Herculean effort. It was very much a disconnected struggle. Companies were getting funding for things, and there was the, well, how am I going to get the next job? How am I going to get the next technology out? Who am I working with? Who are my customers? And everyone sort of was sitting on an island. You had industry on an island, academia. We had the government on an island. We had this mystical land of Oz out in the background that was, here's your market. We had commercial industry that was saying, how can we best leverage that? And it was, it was a struggle. We succeeded, as we always do, but it was a struggle. And so the goal going forward, that our senior leadership, like our secretary and like Dr. Roper and the other folks, was, can we create a connected journey? Can we create a process that takes all of these Herculean components, all these different people trying to support innovation and small business? could we unite them into a connected journey? And that's the journey that we've been on for the last several years. It's been a very exciting journey. We've had our ups and downs, and like any experiment, we've learned so many different things. There are things that we've done that have turned out to be wonderful. There are things that we had found out in unintended consequences, but just like any innovation journey, we're on a constant state of improvement. And so the idea of making some of these changes and people saying, well, is there a benefit? And we found that there is. In the last 2 years, we've created almost $5 billion of additional outside, non-SBIR investment for companies that are in this portfolio. And that is a monumental number in terms of the return that we've been able to create through many of these pilot experiments that we've been doing. The other side of this is we started to consolidate all the kinds of people that were working with small business companies, and we created a center of excellence, or what I'd like to call a center for excellence. Meaning we're constantly in the ability of making different changes and improvements. But we've been able to consolidate all those resources to do a bunch of different things. We're able to get contracts awarded to companies faster. It used to take 6 to 8 months to get someone on contract, and we're now getting them on contract and on contract with us in less than 2 months, sometimes even faster. We are using our pitch day concepts to try to give small businesses the opportunity to speak to their customers, speak to the warfighters and the users, speak to industry, speak to the venture partners, speak to academia, other people who are buyers of that technology. And by doing that, we've created the ability to say, okay, this SBIR money is a seed for you to find other funding in the future. Many people talked about the expression, here you can either give someone a fish for a day or you can teach them to fish and they can eat for a lifetime. And that's really what we're trying to do with the Air Force SBIR Fund, is we're trying to use this money as a seed funding. This is the Air Force's venture fund, that our ability to make investments in companies out there and to share and to build partnerships with new companies. And this has paid huge dividends for us. The other side of the house is we've been able to get more and more warfighter organizations acknowledging the value that small businesses can bring to the table. And in doing that, they have seen the value that the small innovators out there can actually provide in terms of reaction and responsiveness and revolutionary ideas for the warfighter. Those have all been wonderful results of our experiment. And a few things I just want to share with you as we go forward. And one of those is the idea of the Air Force's investment isn't a one type of investment. We're looking for opportunities across the entire spectrum of work that we accomplish for both the Air and the Space Force. But more importantly, we're looking for things that are what we call the 3 R's. Revolutionary things, those things that are disruptive technologies, that will be breakthroughs, that are, tip of the spear, tip of the edge of the technology curve, the ability to do things in a dramatic improvement, disruptive way. And we want to make investments in those. We want to make investments in relevant technology. Those are things that are able to impact programs and important things that we have, weapon systems, whether it's our space systems, whether it's our air systems. We want to make technology investments in those. And then lastly, we want to do things that are quick reaction. There are always urgent problems that come up in the warfighting realm, and we want to be able to have small business technologies that can respond to those. So just like any stock portfolio or investment portfolio, the Air Force has a blend of near-term, long-term, and mid-term rewards. We have high risk, moderate risk, and less risk. There is not one avenue that we're pursuing. And so, yes, we want to look for things that have commercial opportunities. Yes, we want to look for things that have warfighting opportunities. Yes, we want to look for things that have dual-use technology. And we believe that companies need to see all of those different angles and avenues. Last year, we put out over 200 different topics, 200 different ideas that people had to farm through. And what we're trying to do is to consolidate those topics in such a way that, yes, we'll still have all of those ideas, all of those problems that are documented, but having an open avenue that companies can come in and approach us. And the reason for doing that is that instead of making small businesses shop around to every single possible opportunity, we want to give small businesses that have an idea the best opportunity to showcase that idea to the most problems that we are seeing. And so that is a concept that we employed with these open topics. They're actually open topics with subtopics. So it's the idea of creating a welcoming and open door. And our AFWorks partner has been a tremendous front door. And to the extent that they're the front door of our Air Force. They're the innovation front door. And we want companies to see that and say, if I've got something that I think the Air Force can use, that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go to this front door. I don't have to mystify through this roadmap of different organizations. I don't have to understand all the Air Force and government terminology. I can go to a front door, and those entities will be available to me just going to that front door. I think the other thing that I wanted to share with you is we're trying to get away from the idea, small business. I know we won't ever change the term small business, but personally, I and many of the other Air Force leaders think that doesn't do you all as small businesses service. That you're not small. You're actually very, very big in what your impact is to our nation. And so I like to use the term innovative partners. I like to use the term about innovation businesses, and that's kind of where we have gone with the idea of trying to build a welcoming umbrella, which we've built as Air Force Ventures. The idea that the Air Force is open for business, that we are looking to partner with you all, and we're building on that partnership. And these are the things that we have going on right now today. We have open topics that are designed to bring in as many of you as possible. We have our established relationships with our programs of record, our weapon systems in the air and space. We have long-term partnerships with other small business companies that we've been working with. We want to continue those partnerships. We want to reach out to new businesses that have never worked with us before. We want to find new, diverse entities that we've never touched base with before, whether you are a small disadvantaged business, whether you're a new start, whether you're someone who's been doing work in the commercial world and wants to move into the government market, you're all part of this equation. There is not any one type of company that the Air Force is looking for right now. We're looking for people in companies in every one of these different genres. The other piece that I think is important is the idea of exposing you to our warfighters and our customers. And some of this is about taking your ideas and giving you the opportunity to interface with our warfighter customers, to touch base with them, to understand their problems. We want to help to foster that. We also want to make this an efficient process. We know that the lifeblood of any company is that it's revenue stream. And while some organizations can struggle and can wait out 6 months waiting for income to come in or promise to be kept, we want to make sure that that's not the case for you. That when you have been awarded a contract and you've been awarded funding, that there is a quick reaction to get you on contract, to get you off and working with us. We know that there is a lot of struggles that small business have, and we don't want our income or our revenue stream to you to be one of them. The other things that are very, very important is we've created lots of different avenues, whether it's sparks or colliders, whether it's tech warrior events, whether it's operational demonstrations, lots of different opportunities for you as companies to reach out and to interface with us. We want to continue to build on those things. We want to create an educational process, a way of saying, here's the kinds of things that you need to be thinking about when you're working with the government, when you're working with commercial industry, when you're working with other folks. Here are all the different educational aspects. And part of that is our technical and business assistance. We want to help you to build solid business plans for how you're going to do work in the future.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Stevens. I'm a small business innovation consultant at NYSTEC, a private nonprofit technology consulting company. NYSTEC has a long history of working with the AFRL Information Directorate out of our headquarters in Rome, New York. And it's always so inspiring to hear from David Shahady about everything the AFRL, SBIR, and STTR programs are doing for the small business community. A key area of focus for NYSTEC's Innovation and Entrepreneurship team is to actively support the U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory. We do this through community engagement and outreach, as well as with our partnership intermediary relationship, which allows us to facilitate joint projects and accelerate technology transfer between AFRL and private companies, and currently includes programs such as workforce development in the field of quantum information science, small business support, including support of the SBIR and STTR programs, and commercialization services to help companies identify federal technologies that can be licensed and commercialized. We also co-host small business events such as today's Tech Warrior Cyber Ops. At NYSTEC, we strive to make a positive impact on economic growth in New York State by working as a catalyst for a technological innovation. One way that we do that is through a program called IGNITEU New York. As an independent program powered by NYSTEC, IGNITEU is focused on developing entrepreneurs as they innovate, accelerate, and build their future in New York State. I am so excited to be here today to share that just last week, on October 1st, NYSTEC launched a new program under the IGNITEU brand called the IGNITEU New York Procurement Technical Assistance Center, or PTAC for short. This new center is one of 95 PTACs across the country that offers a wide variety of free and confidential services to existing businesses who have an interest in selling their goods and services to local, state, and federal government agencies. The IGNITEU NY PTAC services include one-on-one guidance and training in areas such as identifying contract opportunities, helping to prepare bids and proposals, performing market research, and assisting with marketing to potential buyers. My goal for sharing this information with you today is to say there are so many resources available for businesses, regardless of your location, your industry, or the size standard that you fall under. If you are in the Mohawk Valley or Capital Region of New York State, please do reach out to us here at NYSTEC. And if not, and you're interested in working with a resource like a PTAC that is local to you, please reach out and we will connect you. You will be amazed by how they can help you take your business to the next level. And with that, I would just like to say a special thank you to our partners at the AFRL Information Directorate and Tech Warrior Enterprise for their support of this. Please join us at the networking session later today to ask all of us any questions that you may have and to connect with everyone who's participating in today's event. We really hope to see you there. Lastly, I would like to say good luck to the businesses participating in the first ever Tech Warrior Cyber Ops.
Hi, I'm Chad Heisenreiter. I'm the Cyber Science and Technology CTC or Core Technical Competency Lead here at AFRL Information Directorate. And I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about the portfolio that we have at AFRL and how this particular event and these challenges are going to help contribute toward everything that we're doing to enhance our cyber science and technology for the warfighter. So cyber science and technology is one of 4 portfolios that we have at the Information Directorate. The others focusing on processing, exploitation, communications, and command and control. But cyber, being the one that's focused on a particular domain, works quite closely with each of those other portfolios in order to bring forward technologies. So our mission in the cyber CTC is to basically lead that scientific discovery and technology development in order to develop full spectrum capabilities for the warfighter. This full spectrum in the sense that this is technologies for all the different domains, airspace and cyber particularly, as well as across the spectrum of warfighting conditions. So in the end of the day, this is about technologies that help it's about technologies that help enable our freedom to operate in cyberspace while denying the adversary the same. The portfolio is quite large, encompassing about a little over $700 million worth of research and development in the FY20. That's split relatively evenly between Air Force and DoD funding, as well as a significant contribution from the intelligence community, DARPA, and other partners. This really represents the nature of the cross-cutting work that we do in that we partner with all kinds of organizations from across the government in order to bring forward the technologies that we need and ensure that our systems are secure and our ability to operate in cyberspace is consistent across the different services. In order to do this, we have a lot of unique facilities here at AFRL to include our Stockbridge test facility, which under ideal conditions would have been where we did our IoT challenge this year, as it's a 300-acre site that gives us an ability to fly and emit signals. We also have a number of RF chambers, high-performance computers, and other facilities that allow us to conduct research and development across all different levels of all different kinds. So portfolio going into this year is 18 programs and a couple of directorate activities that are spread across 3 main areas: cyber warfighting, cyber assurance, and EM cyber convergence. Each of these lines of effort has its own vision for what we want to contribute to our warfighting, or to our warfighters and our warfighting capability. In cyber warfighting, this vision is to bring cyber to be on par with air and space, providing the infrastructure to integrate our defensive, offensive, and ISR operations such that we can conduct all sorts of missions in, through, and from cyberspace and support all domain effects. On the cyber assurance front, this is all about integrating hardware, software, and process elements into what you might think of as a composable stack that provides measured, risk-based security guarantees and allows us to augment our security posture for a given weapon system relevant to whatever the conditions are at the time. And finally, with EM cyber convergence, we're really looking to push the boundaries of what we can do and where cyber meets SIGINT and the physical space, as well as traditional EW capabilities, by enabling different pathways and different medium is as part of our cyber warfighting infrastructure. Basically, the idea is to allow our cyber operators to be able to operate agnostically to medium or geography. This partnership with Tech Warrior is a great opportunity for us to be able to look to enhance our portfolio by reaching out to some non-traditional performers that we might not otherwise have had the ability to work with. In particular, I want to take a second to introduce both of the challenges and talk a little bit about how they integrate with the portfolio. So for the first challenge with IoT discovery and characterization, this is really about our ability to be able to understand and operate in what's increasingly a shifting cyber domain. As everybody knows, the number and types of devices that are being connected to the internet are increasing at a dramatic rate. And so we desperately need the ability to understand the diversity, the accuracy, and find ways to automate our capacity to map out and understand the space so that we can enhance and enable our operations. Challenge 2, this is really about the need to assure data over infrastructure that increasingly we use but don't necessarily own. So we had to be able to rapidly and securely move and process data across these networks in order to enable missions that otherwise might not be able to be performed over infrastructure that is entirely just the Air Force's. Obviously, this has many challenges to overcome in terms of the latency, the lifetime of the data, the flexibility of any given solution, and our ability to use it across different types of infrastructure at different times and on different types of data. So both of these challenges are tied in pretty squarely with ongoing programs within our portfolio. And later, you're going to hear from some of the program managers who are operating our efforts to realize different technologies that will utilize the outcome of these sorts of challenges. With IoT discovery and characterization, this is going to greatly enhance our ability to understand that mixed EM cyberspace and operate in a cyber warfighting capacity. With the assured data challenge, this of course relates directly back to cyber assurance and giving us yet another option when we encounter an infrastructure that we might not necessarily have control over, but we need to conduct missions, as well as offer another opportunity for us to conduct our cyber operations across a different domain or a different terrain. Most of all, I really want to thank everybody who's participating today. It's the number of folks and the variety of companies that have submitted white papers and everyone who's listening here who make this opportunity unique and worthwhile engagement for us. And we're really looking forward to working with everybody going forward as we look to do more challenges in the future, as well as engage with different companies in new and novel ways to bring technologies forward to our warfighter.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Somar Hamzi from the Air Force Research Lab, IGA. I'm the lead of the discovery effort, Resilient and Secure Computing on Untrusted Clouds, or Cloud for short. Rescue is one year discovery effort over the fiscal year 21, and we plan to extend it to a full 3-year program in fiscal year 22. Rescue team keeps close ties with high-skilled parents from academia and industry to work at the of research focusing on securing computation and protecting data in hostile environments and untrusted clouds. These types of collaborations aim to achieve goals that can assure the mission and improve the resilience and robustness of the Air Force operations. What is Rescue? Rescue enables warfighters, users, and developers to outsource data and computation securely and effectively to untrusted clouds that are managed by untrusted managers. We mean by untrusted computer resources are susceptible to persistent cyber attacks, regardless of the cloud service provider's security measures that often fail to detect or prevent cyber attacks. Specifically, Rescue does not rely on any trusted third party when it comes to assuring the confidentiality, integrity, or the correctness of the computation results in commercial clouds. The goal of our approach are twofold. First, resilient, agile, and robust computation across multiple clouds. We intend to enable cross-cloud communication without data or scheme translation, or dependency on the cloud service provider's specific technologies. Our goal is to avoid vendor technology lock-ins and fix targeted attacks by enabling close to practical interoperability and portability. Second goal of our approach is to avoid the need for a cloud service provider or a trusted third party. We plan to design and implement data and computation security frameworks across untrusted commercial clouds. Why is Rescue important and relevant to the Air Force? First, for systems to be migrated to dedicated commercial clouds, they must adhere to strict government regulations and standards, which take lengthy approval process and expensive long-term contracts. Example, Amazon Gulf Cloud and Microsoft Shahady. Of course, not to mention the new vulnerabilities from which cloud service providers suffer due to rushing to push new technologies and market without careful cyber validation and assessment. Second, in alignment with the Air Force S&T 2030, strategic capability resilient information sharing. Rescue effectively utilizes resilient, robust, and secure information sharing methodologies. Technology opportunity, distributed ledgers, and robust encryption. We will utilize the blockchain technology not only to provide transparency based on a tamper-proof record of activity, but also to optimize communication scalability, publicly audit the correctness of the computation in untrusted clouds, and or to avoid the need for a trusted third party, using distributed access control using digital signatures and programmable permission, etc. We are also proposing an efficient and smarter way toward robust encryption based on a single expensive pre-process phase that reduces the computation complexity during a following online efficient phase. 3, maximize the scalable, elastic, and global access to cloud resources, regardless of their security regulations or vendor technology-based infrastructure using multi-cloud computing. As General Simpson noted, if I have a multi-cloud, I have given him, the enemy, a targeted problem. Slide. How can risk assure the mission? There is an increasing need in the Department of Defense and Air Force for secure cloud-dependent technologies that can be swiftly transitioned and utilized to securely run Air Force operations, as in Air Force, the Air Operations Centers, AOC, and Automated Battlefield Management System, APMS. Rescue will significantly enhance operational agility for securely accessing computing resources across different commercial clouds from anywhere, anytime, by just pursuing cycles based on needs and despite the untrusted cloud service providers. Rescue will also securely and effectively outsource confidential data and computation to the elastic and high-performance clouds, while assuring end-to-end confidentiality, integrity, and verifiable correctness. Rescue will achieve high availability, resilience, computing and replicating data and computation across diverse cloud service providers. Next slide. As illustrated in this slide, Rescue's long-term goal aims to enhance the resilience and agility of the Air Force mission-critical operations by adopting advanced cryptographic techniques, implementing data and computation security frameworks, and building a multi-cloud infrastructure with practical interoperability and portability. This will provide a standardized and secure way of defining general computation requirements, irrespective of the trustless hosting architecture or underlying proprietary management schemes employed by heterogeneous cloud service providers. Specifically, Rescue Cloud long-term vision identifies 3 main goals. First, design and develop secure data management and storage framework to provide end-to-end protection. The framework should define the protocols and methods for automated and secure access control, data storage management across heterogeneous zero-trusted multi-clouds, and among the trusting and distrusted parties. Second, design and develop a secure computation framework using cutting-edge cryptographic and cryptographic techniques. The framework should establish the theoretical and practical grounds for privacy-preserving computation, secure computation on confidential data, and verifiable computation across zero-trusted multi-cloud. Third, build multi-cloud infrastructure of Rescue that enables seamless interoperability and portability across multiple clouds and optimizes the trade-off between security requirement and performance constraints. The data and computation security frameworks will be integrated into Rescue infrastructure that interfaces with warfighters and offers them security configurable and automatically managed services. Furthermore, Rescue architecture should contain automated monitoring and management tools to ensure that security and performance requirements are met. Those tools allow warfighters to identify their own security requirements, performance metrics, and resource demands across the cloud of clouds using automated methodologies that avoid complex administrative tasks and technology vendor lock-in. Next slide. This slide shows the cover focus areas and associated technologies in respect to the overall Rescue vision. A description of the current objectives and how to utilize them in shaping a potential solution to our problem that we target next year is discussed in the next slide. Next slide. Our current technical objectives. First, the effective leveraging of secret sharing schemes such as additive secret sharing and robust secure multi-party computation protocols, which are secure against malicious majority. Utilizing those technologies improve operational agility and assure the mission regardless of persistent and sophisticated threats. Second, assure confidentiality of input and output data in untrusted domains. We will maintain the confidentiality of data by allowing the raw data to remain fragmented and protected all the time. This, of course, makes it yet challenging to optimize the scalability and efficiency of the secure computation. Also, please note that encryption does not maintain confidentiality. Or I'm sorry, when we use encryption to maintain the confidentiality, we not necessarily able to maintain the integrity, protection, or the verification of the results correctness. For example, warfighters have no guarantees that the results of the computation are correct, even if the input data and the output are encrypted. Therefore, other measures are further required to provide data integrity and verifiable correctness, which also add up to all other factors affecting the overall performance. For example, we can verify the correctness of the results publicly using the blockchain technologies to avoid the authentication process involving untrusted cloud nodes based on, for example, message authentication codes, or based on the untrusted cloud service providers. Third, security and performance trade-off optimization on two levels. First, the application level, where the application level optimization aims to improve the efficiency and scalability of the secure multi-party computation. For instance, to improve efficiency, we can utilize recent trend in secure multi-party computation, which have more expensive pre-processing phase, followed by a very efficient online phase, such as the speed protocols and its variations. On the other hand, to enhance the scalability, blockchain technology can be used as a broadcast channel to minimize the burden by storing an encrypted version of the reusable material generated in the pre-process phase, such as the keys, tags, and randomness, and or the globally shared value generated in the secret sharing schemes. On the optimization, we have also targeted optimization on the resource level, where it will be achieved by investigating cross-cloud application algorithms using multi-objective optimization techniques such as game theory, mathematical programming, multi-dimensional bin packing, etc. Reinforcement learning and other machine learning techniques to optimize the trade-off between security and performance, while geo-distributing data fragments to assure availability and avoid single point of failure. So this discovery effort focused on the scalable, efficient, and secure outsourcing of data and computation to untrusted clouds. Next slide. As a potential use case, we often find that secure and high performance computation such as machine learning, big data, distributions, etc., is needed to form of operating over zero trusted environments where resourceful but untrusted cloud nodes are required. Next slide. We can assure data confidentiality by fragmenting, decrypting, and splitting out data fragments across different cloud nodes, as the figure shows. The nodes compute functions together without leaking information to other nodes. No single node ever has access to the data in its entirety. Instead, every node has a meaningless or seemingly random piece of it. But there is a problem here. What if a number of nodes allow to reconstruct the data or to change the computational results? Remember, we assumed untrusted cloud computing model. Therefore, Rescue adopts a robust security model, that is the malicious majority adversary model. This means that up to n-1 out of the n nodes can be all corrupted simultaneously without learning anything about the input data. We can consequently leverage robust secure multi-party computation protocols with resilient and verifiable secret sharing schemes to protect against. Unfortunately, such protocols with dishonest majority require the expensive public key machinery, secure peer-to-peer and broadcast communication channels, zero knowledge proof, etc. All these mechanisms that makes efficient and scalable solution hard to design and implement in practice. Therefore, addressing the performance limitations such as the communication scalability and processing efficiency of existing secure multi-party computation with robustness and resilience assurances is the major problem we want to tackle in this discovery effort. Next slide. Technical challenges and approaches. A challenge: assure data confidentiality and result correctness when outsourcing to untrusted clouds. Approach: scalable computation with verifiable secret sharing schemes. A challenge: improve the performance without compromising the security when distributing and processing encrypted data fragments in the cloud. Approach: leverage blockchain technology, homomorphic encryption, and recent advantages in secure party computations as the speed variations for designing scalable and efficient distributed computation solutions. Next slide. Technical approach overview. We will investigate and design scalable and efficient computation techniques on encrypted data fragments, utilizing the state-of-the-art in secure multi-party computation, blockchain technology, and homomorphic encryption. We assume that the adversarial model is active and adaptive majority. We also assume cloud computing model in which clients who are the data owner are different from the processing nodes. That is, a client outsources data and computation to untrusted clouds. After a time lag and without any further interaction, receives the results. To optimize the processing efficiency, we could adopt the secure multi-party computation approach of speeds 13 based on an offline and expensive pre-processing phase, which is called once, and based on an online effective phase, which is called multiple times whenever new data arrive. Pre-processing is based on the classic circuit randomization technique of Beaver 92 and somewhat homomorphic encryption. Unfortunately, this approach does not allow warfighters to outsource data and computation to commercial clouds, as data owners and processing servers, which are the cloud nodes, are assumed to be the same entities in this case. Therefore, to be able to outsource data and computation to untrusted cloud nodes, we can extend the previous approach by integrating the input and output delivery protocols introduced in Speed 16. That will provide three goals. A, input confidentiality by preventing the malicious nodes performing the computation from learning the data. B, output confidentiality by assuring that malicious cloud nodes that it checks the correctness of the computation do not learn anything about the input to the computation. C, correctness of the results, so that malicious nodes will not be able to convince the client of the correctness of a computation, although the result is not correct. We could also detect any integrity violation by encoding the input data and output results in such a way that any modification by malicious nodes can be detected by the client. Also, this computational, its computational overhead is much smaller than SMP protocols. This approach needs more communication overhead and computer RAM. Therefore, to optimize the computation scalability, we will investigate how to integrate and implement the steps to the solution with the blockchain technology. Next slide. What are the challenges of utilizing the secure multi-party computation in the solution? First, communication and computation limitation, as we discussed earlier. Also, warfighters cannot outsource using SPICE protocol and its variations such as speed of mascot 16, etc. If we were able to outsource, for example, based on speed 16, we cannot guarantee and verify the correctness simultaneously, because using message authentication codes to verify the correctness, as in speed 13, would expose the confidential output to the untrusted MPC node. Also, SPICE protocol are vulnerable to denial of service attacks and cannot identify the cheating nodes. Performance metrics. The performance metrics we chose to evaluate our approach are performance efficiency in terms of average response times, scalability based on the total number of clients and processing nodes, overall momentary cost, resilience boundary, which is the total number of malicious nodes that the system can tolerate without breaking the security of the system. We haven't published results yet. The results of our investigation of this proposed use case will be published next month. Therefore, we couldn't add any more details about the final solution, but you will see it hopefully next month. Finally, and to summarize, Rescue designs and develop data and computation security frameworks to enable secure, scalable, and efficient computation in untrusted clouds. Rescue assumes zero trust cloud security model. Rescue fragments and distribute computation across multiple cloud service providers to avoid single point of failure and technology vendor lock-ins and to assure resilience and robustness. Rescue aligns with the Air Force S&T 2030 and assures the mission. Finally, we used a swarm of drones as a use case, which utilizes data fragmentation, secure multi-party computation. Final slide is the references, and I welcome any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Everyone, thank you for coming to my talk. This is the title for my presentation is Design Optimization for Real-Time and Security-Sensitive Application on Public Cloud. I'm Dr. Gang Kwan from Florida International University, and this is a research effort collaborated with my collaborator, Dr. Lee Chang Wang from University of Central Florida. So, cloud computing today has drastically changed the landscape of IT industry. Cloud computing enables computing resources being accessed in a ubiquitous, convenient, on-demand network access way. From a service point of view, it provides service as a software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. From its usage scope, it may contain the private cloud, public cloud, community cloud, hybrid cloud, etc. And it provides a very convenient way to use the computing resources. And it has other characteristics such as on-demand, ubiquitous, location independent, elasticity, and so on and so forth. So, cloud computing today represents a multi-$100 billion market. It has been estimated that the market is growing from $272 billion in 2018 to about $623.3 billion by year of 2023, or annual growth rate of 18%. So that's remarkable. Okay. So, and it has made it that by 2022, about $1.3 trillion in IT spending will be directly or indirectly affected by the shifting to the cloud. By sharing the computing resources on the cloud, cloud computing achieve significant advantages such as resource use efficiency, lower cost, flexibility, elasticity. In the meantime, however, the sharing also brings a lot of trouble. Security, privacy, and performance guarantee, because it makes their workload, not predictable. And the security has been the primary issues in adopting cloud computing from the industry point of view. So there has been a lot of reports regarding to the security issues, and the loss is tremendous. So it has estimated that the security has been #1 fact inhibiting the industry to adopt the public cloud. Well, we interested in design and implement GL distributed real-time applications and systems on cloud. In such applications, we may have multiple agents and information resources. So they collect and synthesize data by all these different agents and launch controls in a real-time and secure fashion. Each agent can access the computing resource, the cloud computing resources from the edge servers, which can access the geo-distributed cloud clusters, okay, which are connected using internet. So if the cloud clusters are trustworthy, then one agent can simply, designate a cloud cluster for its storage, data service, and computing service purpose. So it will launch the command, deliver its computation to the, designated cloud cluster, and everybody else can, send the data to that cluster, and the result will feed back to the agent itself, and all the synthesized information will also further deployed to the agent for the control. To enhance the security, many research efforts have been made. For example, access, authentication, VM management, data monitoring, and so on and so forth. This effort, mostly target on a single data center. Well, however, okay, even you make sure that the data center is secure, data center itself are not always trustworthy, because data centers, the cloud data centers, are owned, operated, and controlled by companies which is maybe beyond the control of the user. Okay, so therefore, we're more interested in, how are we going to build such real-time applications, okay, and also sensitive informations and sensitive control data on untrusted cloud. Okay, so instead of we just focus on one cloud data centers, okay, instead of we just focus on one cloud data centers, we actually can deploy the applications using multiple cloud clusters. Okay, and we can encrypt the data and deliver the applications to multiple clusters in such a way that the computations, the data storage can be distributed among multiple data centers. Okay, so the data and computation and are decrypted and deploy them to different cloud data centers. So if only one or few of them are compromised, the data and computations are still secure. So this approach is what we call the multi-party computation approach. The advantage of this approach is, of course, the greatly increased security of the sensitive data and information. The challenge, however, is a potential excessive requirement of resources and the challenge on how to manage such resources. So it is therefore a critical problem on how to ensure the critical and on how to ensure the, the security, the timing constraints, and also optimize the resource usage. So to put our problems in perspective, here's a model for our system behavior. Okay, we usually model the application use what we call the directed acyclic graph, DAG. Okay, so this is a graph consists of both a node and the arch. The node itself represents the execution tasks. Okay, so it contains information such as the arrival period, how often the request is made. Okay, what's the deadlines for each of the tasks. Okay, what's the execution requirement? How long have you complete? What's how many CPUs you need? What's the storage? Okay, and what the communication requirement you might need. Okay, and also how secret the data and the server should be. Okay, so all this they create a sensitive requirement for each of the nodes. And the edge represents the data dependencies. What are the other informations you desired from this particular node? So for each of this node, it can represent, okay, cloud controls. Okay, for examples, it could be represented by controls, or it can be used as final state machines. Okay, so this is no matter what, we can use this figures to illustrate what underlying functionality might be. So this is an final state machines with a new state, and we may have the new control output based on the current state and the control input. Okay, so as you can see here, the multiplication here plays a critical roles to launch the controls. For the underlying cloud architecture here, we model this cloud as multiple geo-distributed cloud clusters. So we have a multiple cloud clusters connected with internet. They are geo-distributed, okay? And each of the cluster, they have their computational capacity, performance, computing performance, communication throughput, and the different cost structure in terms of their storage, in terms of the computation and communication bandwidth. Okay, we assume each of the cluster is semi-honest. Okay, so by semi-honest, we mean that each of the clusters, okay, when it is compromised, it will not deviate the existing execution or communication protocol. Okay, but it may contribute to the leaking of the information. Okay, for example, when you the cloud owners may be interested in what you are, what computation you are doing, and also the communication, okay, or the data. Okay, so for example, when you share the computing resources, share the virtual machines. Okay, so from the channel attack, you may also get the information from the different virtual machines that also belong to this model. And each of the clusters may have different reputation or reliabilities, okay? Because we may have the private cloud, which is more secure, okay? Community cloud, which is less secure, and our public cloud, which is not secure at all. So, given the models above, we can formulate a problem as this. For the different agents, okay, their applications can be represented as a DAG, okay, directed acyclic graph. Okay, and what we need to do is we need to deploy all these DAGs. Okay, each of the DAG, remember they have their own computational security and the timing requirements. Okay, we need to deploy each of these task routes, okay, on the cloud, okay, on the cloud C, okay, and in such a way using the MPC approach, okay. in such a way that, for each of the nodes, their computational requirement can be satisfied, their timing requirement can be satisfied, their sensitivity requirement can be satisfied. Okay. In the meantime, we need to optimize the computing resource usage. This is a challenging problem. Consider that each of the functions, okay, or this data input and output may have a variety of timing, security, and the computational requirements. And also different clusters may have different features in terms of the computation, communications, performance, reliability, and data structure. Okay, so this optimization, this is typical resource constraint optimization problem, or the challenge problem. Okay, there has been a lot of research on this type of things. Okay, many of them focus on, for example, how to ensure the time constraints, how to ensure the quality of service, okay, and how to minimize the system resources. For the security side, many of them, for example, study how to enhance the user authentications, the VM allocations to reduce the side channel attacks by the different type mapping or something. Okay. Here we want to emphasize is what we want to do is we just use this MPC approach, multi-path computation approach to so basically here what we're interested in is study this problem and the MPC framework, multi-party computation framework. Okay. So yeah, our approach is we target on design optimizations of the homomorphic secret sharing. So secret sharing scheme is basically schemes that you can divide a secret into multiple parties. Okay, based on the secret sharing schemes such as the Sherman's KN threshold secret sharing schemes. So basically a secret is divided into n parts. Okay, and based on certain polynomials, for example, with order of k-1, such that with at least k shares, then you can recover the secret. But with less than k, for example, k-1, the secret is secure. So therefore, as long as no more than k-1 cloud data centers are compromised, your secret, either the data, computation, or the controls, are still secure. So by the homomorphic, secret sharing, we mean that, particularly for Sherman's threshold secret sharing strategies, we can conduct mathematical operations on the encrypted data or the shares. Okay, so particularly examples, the summation of the shares is actually shares of the summation of the secret. Okay, similarly, for the multiplication, we have the same thing. The product of the shares is actually the shares of the product. Okay. One problem, however, is the potential excessive resource usage for the MPC party computations. Okay. So one emphasis of our research is on the multiplication side. Previously, we mentioned that multiplication operation actually play a critical role for distributed control. Okay, no matter if it's feedback controls or it might be financing machine computations. However, for the MPC controls, for the MPC, in the MPC framework, the multiplications may require excessive amount of computing resources. Okay, so for example, if we let SISJ be the piece share of the two secret information MR and J according to this Sherman's sharing schemes. We know this is the product of the shares is actually the share of the product of the secret of the two secrets. However, the problem is in order to if SISJ increase into N shares, okay, into K shares, then the potential the potential requirement for the number of servers can be increased exponentially, okay, with the number of step controls. Okay, of course, this is assumed that you only do the controls on the cloud and without restore the product in the middle. But the thing is, if you want to restore the product in the middle, you have to find absolutely trustworthy data center, which is against our model here. Or you can have to send all the information to the edge servers. Okay, but in that case, you're limited by what? By the computation of the edge servers. You're limited by the resource of the edge servers, and also you increase the communication cost. Okay, and also the latency. Therefore, how do we make the trade-off here is a big problem. So our approach basically is we want to make the proper resource and performance trade-off. Okay, so for example, in existing literatures, there's some of the simple approaches. Okay, for example, in this work, they talk about the latency communication versus the number of servers. Okay, they study the trade-off between the latency communications versus the number of servers. And in this work, okay, they talk about how to trade the storage and communication cost with the number of servers. Okay, so there's a lot of potentials. Okay, a lot of very large design space explorations we can exploit to trade off the latency, the performance, the resource usage, the security, so on and so forth. Okay, but how to make the justifiable trade-off is is a problem that we're researching right now. Another approach that we're studying is to make the trade-off among different secret sharing access structures and protocols. We know that secret sharing protocols has a large spectrum of different protocols. Such protocols can, single or multiple secret sharings. It can be verifiable versus non-verifiable secret sharings. It can be proactive or non-proactive secret sharings, and it can be weighted or non-weighted secret sharings. Okay, and they're also some other kind of hybrid secret sharing protocols. Okay, and the thing is, different access structures and protocols, they may have different security levels. Okay, different communication, and the computation cost. Okay, different resource requirement in terms of number of servers you need, the storage, and activate different communication delays. Okay, for example, these figures show a very small set of the protocols and their performance, communications, number of servers, okay, that difference. Okay, so if we think about it, if we want to design the entire GR distributed applications on GR distributed cloud using a PC approach, all the applications may have their security requirements. They may have their computational requirements. They may have their timing requirements. So how can we design, deploy all this path to different cloud data center, and to design access structure and protocols among the entire landscape of geo-distributed cloud clusters, and also design the protocols, execution and communication protocols to satisfy their requirement. This is actually about challenging problems, and is what we're researching right now. Okay. So just a brief summary. Okay. So what we're interested in is the system level design for the geo-distributed real-time sensitive cloud. Okay. So we're interested in MPC approach to address the sensitivity issues and privacy issues. Okay, we talk about the system models, and we formulate the problems. So basically, we use the PNG to model the applications from multiple agents, and we assume the cloud cluster are geo-distributed, and they have their own features or the running characteristics. Okay, so we attack these problems from using the MPC approach based on the homomorphic secret sharing strategies. Okay, and at present, we particularly emphasize the system level optimization based on the modifications, which is very important, plays a critical role in the application. Okay, and we want to also study the system level optimization on the secret sharing access structures and protocols. Okay, so yeah, that's a brief introduction of our research. Thank you.
This is Li Qianwang, an associate professor at the Department of Computer Science at the University of Central Florida. The research topic I will present is improving data privacy by using semantics-aware generative adversarial network to generate more meaningful synthetic data. This is a collaborative work with Dr. Gang Chuan in Florida International University. First, let me introduce myself. My research area include big data, analytics and privacy, machine learning, and parallel system and software reliability. My research has been supported by multiple NSF grants and on our Army and industry contracts. I'm currently advising 11 PhD students as well as several undergraduate students for research. In this talk, I will first introduce the background about data privacy, and then talk about the current research challenge on data privacy. Then I will talk about our ongoing work on AI-enabled data synthesization. In particular, we use a GAN-based technique to create high-quality generated data. And then finally, I will show our preliminary result and discuss the future work. First, let's introduce the background about data privacy. As cloud computing and big data become increasingly popular, people have more and more concern about the data privacy. That means when people release data, and we don't need to avoid, we want to avoid all potential privacy leaking. The traditional solution for data privacy is to find a trade-off between data privacy and utility. For example, we don't want to review the original data, and instead, we transform the data into a different format, so which can keep privacy and it doesn't affect the data usage too much. And that is our goal. So from this graph, you can see if we have higher privacy, usually we will have a low utility. And so on the other side, and if we have lower privacy, and we will have high utility. The conventional approach in the data privacy include the data encryption. First, for example, the homomorphic encryption is an approach to transform original data into encrypted format. Such kind of encrypted format will hide original data information, but still support the basic operation to use the data. The second approach is the data anonymization. It modifies the original data, so the sensitive information such as the name, address, social security number, and cannot be recovered. In the category of the data randomization, people use a different privacy, which is a popular technique. The differential privacy add noise into data and retain data utility without losing the privacy. Recently, machine learning-based approach are proposed to protect data privacy. As an emerging area, this approach shows very promising results. So in our project, the major research challenge of data privacy include three aspects. First, the data representation is complex. For example, data may include mixed types, such as categorical data, numerical data, string, and date, and so on. In addition, the data may include highly imbalanced categorical columns. Additionally, we need to consider joint data distribution between attributes when protecting privacy. The second challenge is about synthetic data quality and privacy. For example, after the transform the synthetic data, after we transform the synthetic data, and that's different from the original data. So their data quality could be a concern. For example, whether a record still looks readable, and that is the semantic correctness, or the statistical information about an attribute is still readable or not, right? So there are many similar questions about the data quality. Finally, when we use the data, and the utility is another concern. Data privacy techniques should support the regular data utility as well. For example, should support classification, regression, and query. In our project, mainly we consider those three data utilities. Here is an overview about our ongoing work on GAN-enabled data synthesization. So in this diagram, it shows three major components or three major steps. In the first step, it is data pre-processing. Data pre-processing transforms data into corresponding format that following the, and then the GAN neural network can process. In the second step, and we will train a GAN-based neural network to support generate synthesized data in better quality. In the last step, we finally output the generated data using the generator inside GAN. So that's the three major steps in the proposed GAN-enabled data synthesization model. In the next few slides, I will talk about more details. In the step of the data preprocess, and we have initially we have the original data, and those original data may be not good for neural network to use directly. Before we train a GAN-based neural network to generate synthesized data, and we need to conduct the data preprocess to transform the data, and so transform the data, and then the neural network can process those data better. For example, and for categorical data, and we can use one hot vector to transform them. For numerical data, and similar to many machine learning algorithms, we also need to conduct some kind of normalization for neural network to use. For records with multiple attributes, and we may process it as two-dimension data like a matrix, or process individual attributes sequentially, like the RN model. Finally, as the GAN require an initial noise, and instead of using the common Gaussian distribution for Gaussian distribution noise for image data, and we can use a special distribution with considering data features. The generative adversarial network is one of the most popular deep learning neural network used in real world and get wide attention. The generative adversarial network, also called GAN, is a clever idea by training a generative model. So the GAN include two sub-models. The generator model is to generate new examples, and the discriminator model try to classify examples as either real or fake. The two sub-models are trained alternatively as an adversarial to each other. In our problem about data privacy, and we can consider the generator to learn hidden knowledge about all the data distribution inside the input data. Then we can generate synthesized data using the generator. When we improve the generator, we are improving the data utility of generated data. So for the discriminator, it tries to identify the discrepancy between real data and fake data. When we improve the discriminator, we are providing better privacy protection. Finally, our goal is to train a generator which can generate synthesized data, which is very similar to the original data when using data for analysis, but we hide privacy very well. Our proposed work is based on existing conditional GAN on privacy by extending it with the better quality model and utility model. Conditional gain is an intention of original gain where the both generator and discriminator are conditioned on some additional information, like class label Y. We show it on the graph. And so in this way, the conditional gain can generate corresponding data according to the given condition. Next, let's talk about the data quality model. Okay, we extend the conditional gain for data privacy with data quality and data utility models. Data quality model could be pre-trained autoencoder, and which identifies whether the generated data has similar quality as the original data. To evaluate such kind of similarity, and we consider attribute level and record level dependency, and the column-based information, as well as, for example, like the context statistical information attributes, row-based information, and semantic correctness of records. So that is a data quality model, and we plug the data quality model together with the discriminator. Here is a model about the data utility. So as we mentioned before, the data utility model targets to evaluate whether the generated data can provide similar utility as the original data. For such kind of application, and we mainly consider three kinds of tasks. Okay. So they are classification, regression, and query. Same as before, and we plug the utility model also together with a discriminator. So finally, and in our the fund again, and not only we have the discriminator and the generator. Okay, so we will have two more models: data quality model and data utility model. After we train the conditional gain, and then we can use the trained generator to help us generate good quality synthesized data. And then we refill the generated data into the table format. And here we assume, and we are processing the table-like data format. To evaluate the generated data quality, we can use the three different metrics. For example, the quality metrics, utility, and the risk metrics. The risk metrics is try to measure the privacy. To measure the data quality, and we will check whether the real or generated data have similar or identical distribution. In addition, we can also evaluate data quality by checking the semantic correctness of records in the generated data set. To measure data utility, and besides the three typical tasks we mentioned before, like classification, regression, and query, there's another metric we can use, and here we call the alpha and delta usefulness. So this metric means generated data records should within a distance alpha from the real one with a given probability. So we use this way to measure the data utility. Finally, to check the effectiveness of the data privacy protection, we may consider three typical attacker models we show it here, the prosecutor attacker, journalist attacker, and marker attacker models. So those 3 different models, and we'll try to evaluate the privacy protection. We have a prototype implementation and obtain preliminary experiments results. We use an open source data from IBM. Our implementation is based on table GAN with a new loss function. We first train a generator in the GAN model, and then use a generator to produce synthetic data. The experiments show very promising results. The faked data set will not reveal privacy. And in terms of the utility, the fake data set has similar regression accuracy as the real data. In the future work, and we are existing the conditional GAN to be context and semantics aware generated network to support data privacy. In the future work, in the first research thrust, we will explore more efficient and meaningful representation of input data, which is very critical in training neural network. In the second research thrust, and we will extend conditional GAN with utility model and quality model, and to exploit context and semantics information within input data set. Yeah, finally, we will design and develop a variety of metrics for data quality and to evaluate data privacy. Okay, so yeah, I think that's all. Thank you very much for attention.
And my name is Andy Williams. I'm a principal research physicist at the Air Force Research Lab in Rome, New York. A little about what I do at the lab is my job is to look at new and emerging technologies and to actually see, to kind of explore them, to see what their impacts may be to the Air Force and Department of Defense in general if these technologies continue to grow. So the topic of today, one of these examples is actually the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is really a rapidly growing technology, and we'll see that coming in a few slides here. I wanted to go through a first few slides and say what IoT is. How do we think about it? How do we look at it and make sure we're all on the same kind of page? In real general terms, it's an ecosystem of connected devices that are in turn connected to the internet. In simpler terms, I like to think of is IoT as a sensor. And it observes a physical event in the world. It generates and collects data on that. It digitizes it basically, and then shares that with other sensors or sends it to somewhere else to be accumulated and analyzed for business services or whatever your platform is. Nearly any device with an on-off switch can be connected to the internet, thus making it kind of smart. That's where smart technologies come in. In most cases, no human needs to really interact with this process. Basically, humans kind of use the information. Machines that humans use this information, and they also are becoming increasingly reliant upon the data that IoT produces. The underlying assumption is that, especially in the corporate world, is that you gain efficiencies and you optimize operational processes while you're doing this. But basically, what I'd like to tell people is that IoT is digitizing the physical world and then sending this information around the world to anyone who's connected to the internet. If you think there's some great studies out there, like the Beecham reports, that look at where IoT is being applied. And it's really across every sector of things that we experience today in our daily lives. Energy sector, industry, government, transportation, medical world is really big. So is agricultural, but so is the things like your wearable watches and things like that. When we first started looking at IoT a few years ago, we looked at who was incorporating it, and basically it was large corporations with lots of money, and they were just kind of doing kind of a trial and error of what the best technologies were. And the smaller companies that didn't have as much capital were waiting for those guys to make the decisions. That phase is kind of over. Everyone's kind of like really getting into it now. The growth numbers vary, but it's certainly that it is growing. The estimate that I saw just the other day was that by 2025, there would be 21 billion devices, Internet of Things devices connected to the internet. That's a staggering number. What's driving this? IPv6, 5G technologies, and it's all being driven by artificial intelligence or AI. Naturally, these things are computers, and they're connected to other computers. And so what we're seeing is a corresponding rise in cyber vulnerabilities. If you think about the security of these things, they're not all that secure for the most part, and now we're connecting to them to computer networks which are inherently not secure. So the attack surface is growing daily as well. Kind of taking a look at it, and you look at what is IoT today. It's a new fad, if you will, still. It's growing quickly. But what I kind of look at it is we're making dumb things smart. And what do I mean by that? We're taking anything that literally has an on-off switch and connecting it to the internet. While there have been some industries that have actually innovated, especially the medical world, innovated with new types of sensors, basically what we're doing is we're taking older technology and making the Internet of Things kind of work. The exciting part, however, is what we're going to see in the next 3 or 4 years. And that's going to be the introduction of things like organic sensors with embedded processing, small disposable devices that are going to be super cheap, $2 or $3 that have a tremendous capability. And I think we're also going to see a move away from cloud services to what we call the fog. Interesting, huh? But it's really edge processing, getting the processor closer to where the data is being generated and used to increase the cycling time. So I look at why, some people say, so why does AFRL care? Well, obviously, some of the things that I just talked about are pretty important things. But if you look at how IoT is developing, it has multiple modulations and protocols, and those are independent of the user payload. That's why these things are being used. That makes it a very complex problem. There are really endless possibilities for the applications. Again, it's digitizing the physical world and what that means, and do we trust what's being digitized and being presented to us? The global growth I've mentioned. The Air Force and DoD talks a lot about what's called EM cyber convergence. And this is really, the spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum being converged with cyberspace. And I think IoT really represents a perfect example of what we're talking about. There's lots of RF stuff, and there's also tons of cyber stuff. And this is really a convergent world that we're looking at, which piqued our interest, obviously, as the Air Force Research Lab. We started looking at this about 6 years ago. It was kind of a kick the tires event, if you will. Let's get into IoT, see what we do. So we looked at capabilities and capacities and where they were being used, what were the commonalities, what were the differences. Kind of, this is the good, the bad, and the ugly of what we're looking at for IoT. A couple of examples of what we discovered and kind of developed over the years was using deep neural networks to actually do RF search for these devices in the wild, if you will. There's a great paper by North Point Defense, one of our contractors. It was published in IEEE this year, so you can kind of look that up if you want to. But we also developed a lot of IoT test beds and labs for us to experiment with. We want to grow those out and get greater partnerships across the country to keep expanding the IoT stuff But we also really quickly realized that IoT has tremendous potential, and it's simple genius about what they're doing, and that's what really makes it exciting. Several questions arose while we were doing this. First of all, how do you find these things in the wild? How do you know what they're being used for? Where are they being used and why? Are they secure? It's a big question, right? How can we detect anomalous behavior? And is there a military application for IoT? The list goes on. The more questions we ask and the more we look at it, the more questions we got. But there are some certain certainties that I think IoT does present us. And one is that IoT, in whatever form it is now and whatever it will be in the next 5 years or 10 years, it's here to stay. It's going to transform the way we as humans interact with the physical world. The other part of that is that the number, if you start talking about 21 to 30 billion devices, how are they connecting? And if you start looking at the interconnectedness driven by IPv6 and 5G and a lot of other technologies, the complexity of the interconnectedness is probably beyond human understanding. And so we need AI and machines to help us understand this. So you're going to see a slide pop up here. This is actually a public affairs releasable document on a project that we're coming up with at AFRL. It's called Rainfly. And what it is it's really leveraging the years of work that we've done now on IoT and a lot of other folks have done to how do we apply IoT to the joint all-domain operations space. And I think if you really look into the nuts and bolts of what Rainfly is going to be, I think we're going to see that it's going to change the way we examine and use IoT, but also the way we, as an Air Force and Department of Defense, examine a lot of other domains as well. There's some key takeaway points from what we are proposing in Rainfly. One is that can we in fact leverage IoT concepts for the Joint All-Domain Operations, or JADO as it's called. We're looking at AI embedded capabilities into contested environments, geographically autonomous capabilities, if you will. And can we gain situational awareness? And does that allow us to permit context-aware decision-making and also detect adversarial machine learning techniques? This is also going to require a lot of change to what the DoD uses as tradecraft in its current intelligence collection or its current military operations. IoT and what we look at as the changing environment of the battle space are really going to require us to change as well. And I think that's really the exciting part about Rainfly is how do we create IoT-like environments that will help us facilitate understanding and garnering the intelligence value from IoT devices, both for our own networks and for potential adversary networks. So why am I here today? What do I need from the community of cyber developing companies and academic societies is that, we need some help. And we have done a lot of work. We still have a lot to learn. And time is kind of short, in our opinion, as IoT develops quite rapidly. First is, can we use AI, machine learning, deep learning, kind of lump those things together under AI, to better understand the connectedness of the IoT spider web, if you will? Can we apply these things at certain levels of processing that allow us to actually understand what's going on? And some of the things that we make, I call out as things that we'd like to do better at is, where are IoT devices located and what's their purpose? Can we do network behavior and pattern of life? Can we do look at vulnerabilities and the security aspects in a different way? And can AI tell us the linkages between primary and secondary systems that IoT is all tied to? And then you have, what happens if a node fails? What's going to be the cause and effect in an IoT system? And is there a corresponding impact to social, economic, and political institutions that use IoT? And really, it comes down to how does IoT impact human decision processes? And that's one of the things we really need to look at. A couple of other things I need you to kind of consider to help us out. is to really push the envelope on a number of things. Edge processing, organic devices, disposable devices and platforms, creative networking options, and of course, autonomy. The final thing that I want you to kind of consider is as we look at the research and development of this, I always say, forget history, forget the biases of how we did things in the past. Be creative, be imaginative, and it's okay to be high risk. And with that, that's kind of what I wanted to present you on Internet of Things today. If you have questions, I'd be more than happy to entertain them later on. Thank you.
Hello, and congratulations on being selected as a participant in the first IoT Challenge presented by Tech Warrior Enterprise, AFRL, Air Force SBIR, STTR, Innovair Advancement Center, and NYSTEC. As Anthony introduced me, I am a cybersecurity professor and researcher at Utica College, and I am glad to be selected as part of the team that is putting together this testbed and architecture for this very interesting challenge. IoT has certainly raised the stakes in computer security, taking it beyond the network to everywhere. It's found in buildings, highways, telephone poles, pretty much 360. Our environment is permeated by IoT. So those of you involved in computer security in the classical sense, for any amount of time will note that there are a large number of protocols, devices, and contextual implementations that we need to become familiar with in the IoT to succeed. These new challenges have given malicious users many new opportunities. However, on the flip side, it's given ethical players like yourselves the opportunity to grow as active players in computer security as the IoT continues to evolve at quite an astounding rate. You may be able to use known and existing techniques that you've been using for years. However, you will most likely learn some new techniques and or modify some of your existing tools and capabilities in order to be successful. Of interesting note is that some IoT technologies or protocols are still in an immature state, as standardization is not really caught on across the board in IoT due to many reasons, and competition is of course one of those. So a protocol that may be big today may potentially not be relevant in a few years. I hope that you find this exercise useful, educational, and exciting. And also ask that you take a few minutes upon completion to jot down your thoughts, such that you can provide us with useful feedback as we ponder in our next steps as far as putting together these challenges for you in the future. Once again, congratulations on being selected. Have fun during the challenge, and good luck.
Good afternoon, and thank you for participating in the Tech Warrior Cyber Ops Challenge. Thank you for your technical submissions and your recent presentations. I'm Bryant Wysocki, the Air Force Tech Advisor for C4I and Cyber. Cyber is a key area of AFRL research, creating capabilities in, through, and from cyberspace, capabilities that span information warfare, mission assurance, and the electromagnetic cyber convergence. We take a risk-based, information-focused approach to assuring the missions, not the systems. Security is not assumed, and the predicted effectiveness of any system must be supported by data analysis for mission utility and survivability against relevant threats. And while developers must understand the uncertainties associated with a cyber threat, they must also measure and consider the additional vulnerabilities and risks introduced by the monitoring and protection systems themselves. In other words, cyber systems and tools bring increased attack surfaces that must be considered. AFRL cyber research needs to inform and be informed by the broader industrial and academic community, and that is the goal of this week's outreach. The speed at which technology is developed and adopted continues to accelerate, and nowhere is this more evident than in information science. Information is how we perceive our universe. It's how we sense, collect, and store awareness, how we communicate and coordinate operations, command and control, and decision-making. Thus, fast and assured information exploitation is key to national defense. This requires speed in operations, but also speed in research and development, acquisitions, and modernization. Thus, the Air Force seeks open systems where today's and tomorrow's best technologies can be rapidly deployed, modified, and exchanged. Much of the cyber work resides in building assurance into our missions as a first principle, not as an add-on. A whole-of-nation approach is our vision at the Information Directorate, and it's the power behind the Innovari Open Campus. Cyber research represents a key part of Innovari. AFRL seeks to grow and expand this ecosystem with participation in research and development, maturation, and fielding. As an example, our team is currently standing up a research center in secure microkernel development. Future engagements at Innovari will include talks, STEM events, collaborative opportunities, competitions, and of course, future challenges with new and relevant topics. This is the first cyber event within Innovari, and we are very excited to expand our network and to build lasting technical relationships. The cyber challenges put forward under this event are tied to key investments AFRL is making in fiscal year 21 and beyond. For instance, the Internet of Things, which is an exploding field, posing numerous challenges and opportunities to all that operate in cyberspace. You'll notice this event was formulated as a challenge rather than as a hackathon, which gives us the ability to really dig in and test new ideas while accessing a wider set of performers. Hackathons are about creating on the fly, and thus they sometimes limit thinking to short-term problems over narrow timeframes. These challenges are deeper and more representative of the evolving threats as our adversaries spend significant time and resources developing capabilities to protect their systems and to render ours ineffective. Challenges allow us to focus and bring more rigor to the fight. The way technology is transitioning to the field is also changing. This event is about the future. Exquisite systems that operate independently, take years to deploy, and are closed to the wider community for modernization do not work well within the rapid refresh rate of the global market. Thus, research organizations are out of necessity and smart practices assuming more critical roles for early integration and fielding, while the acquisitions community, in a similar move, are honing competencies as science and technology organizations. Together, we are partnering early and often with businesses and universities to close and altogether eliminate the transition valley of death. This event, the first of many, will strengthen our mutual networks, and we are very excited to engage with today's participants. It is our hope that not only the winners, but all of the contestants will continue to engage with us in these key areas and others. Keep an eye out for upcoming announcements and RFIs as we offer more events in the near future. Thanks to everyone that made the Cyber Ops Challenge possible. Best of luck to all the participants, and welcome to our Innovari team. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to begin with live pitches from our finalists, starting with the IoT Mapping Challenge. The first pitch will be from Heptagon IT. Thank you for joining us, Heptagon IT. When you're ready, please share your iPoster and unmute yourself.
So I'm Dave Ledford. I'm the COO for Heptagon IT. And just want to give you guys a little background about what we do and who we are. We started, there were 7 engineers that started this company back in 2014. And the intent was to provide a principal and SME level expertise from a particular company instead of being scattered throughout and taking a traditional contracting stance of butts and seats and large numbers of people. We wanted to be able to bring in smaller numbers of people, but much greater expertise and like I said, the principal and subject matter experts, so that we are the flexibility, the expertise, and we continue to build the company on reputation as we go forward. Just to give you guys a couple of examples here, you can see on the slides in the top right-hand corner, one of the things we did was going over to Kunsan as part of an expedited rapid response to be able to move their NCCs, the SNCC and the TCF and the CCF. And we were able to do that in 3 weeks under budget with only 12 hours of downtime required to move all of those facilities. And that's with a complete unified common approach to be able to move those things. So obviously the complexity of that project is pretty large, but because of the types and the caliber of people that we brought to bear, we were able to do that well ahead of schedule. One of the other ones we've got here on the bottom left-hand corner is the Air Force Base boundary had a massive degradation. We had a 10 gig circuit. We were only able to put 400 megs through it. And it was because of some traditional thinking and some traditional packing stiffing and that sort of thing, so that it was getting bogged down as it came through. But our engineers were able to work out actually a more secure method of doing that, and actually push that up to 9 gigs through that pipe, and moving the connections from 15,000 up to about 125,000 people. So not quite a tenfold increase in throughput, but really, really close on the same equipment, same material, and just a more expert level and more SME level of engineering to get those things done. So like I said, the intent was to bring those principles and the SMEs to bear. And we have continued to grow on our reputation alone. We've got a lot of DoD partners that we work with. We do a lot of work with the Air Force, obviously, and within DISA. And we have a lot of prime contractors, both large and small, that we work with, because we do bring that level of expertise that normally they can't find. And we have it concentrated all in one area. So our guys continue to increase their certifications, their level of expertise, their level of experience, and they tend to go across multiple projects to make sure that they're getting different views and more experience that provides them a breadth of experience, but also a depth of knowledge that goes well beyond the average, NCC and those sort of things, so that we can tend to pull off things that are on the cutting edge and to correct problems that are normally very complex and, above the capabilities of most contracting companies. So we pride ourselves in the drive, discipline, and depth that we bring to the fight. Over the past few years, we've also entered into some realms that actually, can you guys see I'm seeing the gray spots over these slides. I don't know if you guys can still see the slides or not. But over the past few years, we've also entered into a few more projects, working with, for instance, municipality of San Mateo out in California to migrate their entire telephone system over to VoIP, and doing some additional unified communications out there. But also working with DISA and doing some comply to connect issues, which is going to be applicable. And you guys are going to see some of that capability over the next few days, talking about making sure that every item that's connected to the network is already compliant and is approved, so that we know that everything's secure going forward, but we still have the flexibility to continue to add additional items. So you guys will be hearing about that from our technical experts over the next few years. We've got a lot of flexibility that we bring to the table. We're partnered with quite a few vendors, and we take a look at business process reengineering along with the technical implementation of the engineering to make sure that we are bringing the most cost-effective yet secure options and opportunities forward to our customers and to the government. Of course, we want to make sure we're being good stewards there and making sure that we're not only meeting the mission, but meeting the mission securely and efficiently, from a time perspective and from a fiscal perspective. So we want to keep an eye on all those things. And so we really do deliver top to bottom all 7 layers of the OSI model. So from the customer user interaction, if you've got a great network that's super secure, but the lag time on one end or the other is super slow, and that's obviously bad for the mission. So we try to make sure that we've got efficiency in the customer interaction and experience up front in our minds as we're doing the engineering, and making sure that we keep security from the very first requirement all the way through the process to make sure we are secure. As things come along for the Internet of Things, obviously that's going to become more and more important as the number of items, devices, and types and protocols are going to continue to expand. But Heptagon has been preparing and thinking about and planning and engineering over the past few years to make sure that we are ready for the challenges that are coming up for us. So we've actually almost doubled in size this year. We're running, like I said, primarily on reputation and the results that we've gotten over the years. When we get the phone call to come in and work on projects, it's normally because our partners do not have the expertise to complete those projects or to complete them efficiently. And so we come in and make sure that we bring the skills to bear to make sure that we're taking care of all those things simultaneously. So I'm really looking forward to talking to everyone that's involved in the challenge, and looking forward to working with AFRL over the next few days. And hopefully we can find something that's going to be beneficial for us as well as all you guys.
All righty, next up we have intelligent automation. When you're ready, please share your iPoster and unmute. Then click Start Presentation to begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Todd Humiston. I'm from Intelligent Automation here in the Rome office. As you see on the slide, we're headquartered down in Rockville, Maryland, founded in 1987, a woman-owned small business. Now up over 200 researchers and engineers. As you can see, we've been in the top 5 small federal businesses for the last 10 years running. The little picture of our building there, where we have our offices, we don't have that whole building, but where our offices are down there in Rockville. In Rockville, we can store up to top secret. Here in Rome, we're up to the secret level, a much smaller footprint here in Rome. But you see the square footage of our building there and cleared spaces. We'll get into a little bit more detail on that as we go through the presentation. Capabilities we go right from research and development with world-class researchers, 50% PhDs in the company. We go from conduct, as you see, from feasibility studies all the way through high TRL, right out to fielded equipment, both commercially and militarily. And I think that's a uniqueness of the company where we have very, very high quality research, but then we know how to take that research, productize it, and roll it out into the field. And so you see a little sample of that there on the product side of this chart. Customers and partners, government agencies, DoD, folks like the FAA, DHS, as you see there, National Institute of Health, widely varying customers taking advantage of the breadth of research that we do. As a small business with partners, as you might imagine, we partner with the big primes on the defensive side. But as much as that you see on this chart, you see the academic side. And with the research opportunities and things like the STTR program as one example, we do a lot of partnerships with researchers and universities around the country. This is our business model. So we take that multidisciplinary research and development, and there's different ways we can spin that out. So typical, just product development, if you will, protecting our IP and leveraging that R&D to get product out there. Strategic opportunities and corporate partnerships, broader markets. So some of the, we have examples of technologies that we've started on the DoD side that have transitioned commercially in a much larger scale than they did on the DoD side, for example. And then traditional tech transition, as I said, where we partner with primes, looking at the bigger DoD programs and things like that, and then license our product out to the market leaders. These are our research and development areas, and I'll talk just briefly about each one. And as you look at our poster, the same areas are out there, and there's a little video or chalk talk depending on the area you can explore later at your convenience. And all of that comes from our website, so there's even more information on the website if you're interested in digging in more of the website locations on the first slide. So in our AI and advanced computing area, we a lot of work and productization in the image, video, and text analytics area. We've looked at and continued research embedded machine learning and applications of that throughout the other parts of the company, as you'll hear in a little while. And as artificial intelligence that applies to transportation systems, folks like the FAA, with different state departments of transportation, working with those folks in that area. And autonomy and robotics, among the work there, sensing and computer vision work, human-machine teaming kinds of ideas, and how you throttle that human-machine teaming relationship. Networks and cybersecurity, this is where the work that you'll see in the IoT mapping is coming out of this division, where we look on the cyber defense side at attack analysis. How do you mitigate those attacks? How do you empower the cyber warfighter to understand and become proactive instead of reactive in that cyber defense role? Looking across the enterprise, both enterprise and network security, and application of that both at that level and also down into embedded systems, so doing embedded system security as well. Radar communications and sensor systems, looking at deployable military radio, military radar systems and technologies that support that. Artificial intelligence for enhanced software-defined radios and radio networks, and RF testing and simulation systems. Some, particularly in the lab, will be familiar with our RF Nest, is where this that product comes from. Modeling, simulation, visualization. We work in the data fusion area. AR, VR visualization, particularly for training and things like that. Looking at things like jet engines and being able to provide augmented reality training manuals for those maintainers that do that stuff. And then the healthcare research technologies, doing research tools, some mobile apps there, and some wearable products in the health field. The facilities we have, a bunch of lab space, over 7,000 square feet of customized lab space, and each test beds that support the research and development described for each one of those areas. We also, unique, I think, for a small company that's so good at research and development, we have a small manufacturing facility as well for doing some of our own in-house manufacturing. And we have a 1,500 square foot dedicated cleared space down in Rockville for work up to the classified at the TS level. Just some awards and accomplishments. I'm not going to go through this list. You can read them for yourself. But I guess the point here is that not only from the government side, where we're recognized as a small business leader, but also from the primes. As we work with them, we've been recognized repeatedly for our ability to bring technology to bear on their problems and help them produce higher quality fielded systems. So for the IoT Mapping Challenge, 2 of our emerging products are being pulled upon to support this activity. The first one we call Cerberus Next is an enterprise level cyber defense and analysis system, a highly scalable solution with big data, storage and analytics on the backside, offering cyber intelligence cross-correlation of data to really allow the cyber warfighter to understand the environment they're in, be able to quantify and prioritize their risk, and then to address that risk through the cyber defense mechanisms that they have available. For the purposes of this IoT mapping, we're pulling on this Cerberus Nest technologies to perform the network discovery at the network level and above. So looking at those technologies there. Another emerging product called Deep Sense. This is more at the RF and signal clarification and classification of the RF signal space. So looking at the spectrum, understanding what's in there, the application of this is in the both in the spectrum management and also pointing out to the military warfighter what's going on in the spectrum. So if they're being jammed or a jammer is being present, disrupting their communications, being able to help them step around that, ID the jammer, know that it's present, and that sort of thing. Deep learning and neural networks, AI and machine learning being applied to do that in real time with very low power consumption and a very small physical footprint. So lending itself to getting it the applications on the tactical edge. For the IoT Mapping Challenge, we're pulling on that for technologies to look at the network environment discovery at the PHY layer, at the physical layer, and classifying that RF footprint and seeing that. For more information, you can contact us there. We're really looking forward to the challenge here. I want to give a big thanks to AFRL for putting on this challenge, and also to particularly Denise Lee in the Small Business Office, Anthony Macera, who's running the IoT Mapping Challenge, been tremendously helpful to us, and also the NYSTEC team, incredibly flexible and very, very responsive to the needs that we had for this. We're really looking forward to this opportunity. It's been a great set of speakers this morning, and I wish you great success with the rest of the week. It's an outstanding opportunity for all of us. So thank you very much for your time. Next up, we have Key Cyber Solutions.
When you guys are ready, please share your iPoster and click unmute. Then click Start Presentation to begin.
Good afternoon. Before I get started, I'd like to thank the Air Force Research Laboratory and NYSTEC and all government representatives for including us in this event. We're very proud and humbled to be selected to participate in this Tech Warriors IoT Challenge. Among some great finalists to include Heptagon IT, Intelligent Automation, and MADX. My name is AJ Majidity, and I'm president of Key Cyber Solutions. With me today is Austin Francisco, one of our bright cyber analysts. You'll hear about Austin's journey with Key Cyber and his innovative approach to solving this IoT challenge. I'll take a few minutes to introduce Key Cyber and let Austin specifically speak about our approach to this IoT mapping. This pandemic has brought unprecedented challenges to the world and our nation. We have all experienced an impact in some way or another. As a leader of a small business, it's brought us closer together and made me realize the importance of the great community. This pandemic has impacted me both financially and unfortunately the company, but we've survived and we've not laid off any employees and continue to have a healthy workforce. Certainly that's something to be grateful for. I feel like the last century we were talking about the industrial age, and this century we'll be talking about the digital age. We have positioned our company to help our clients meet these challenges. Our top priority is to provide seamless, efficient, and effective IT solutions by leveraging our subject matter experts like Austin. We are a HubZone certified company, so that basically means we're located in historically underutilized business zones. We hire and help those in those communities, that have, since the last census, been struggling to keep the areas employed. We're located in Richmond, Virginia, and help essentially recruit from Virginia Commonwealth University and the universities around us to get our wonderful talent. Some of our services we provide are secure agile software development, program management, and infrastructure services. We also have cybersecurity risk management, cloud, and management services. Those are listed on our iPoster. In a nutshell, we help organizations transform their applications into a digital revolution using a DevSecOps approach. You can read more about that on our iPoster, and I'm also available to talk if you have any questions specifically on our approach. With that said, I wanted to take a few minutes to introduce Austin. This Friday, he will have had his 2-year anniversary. This young man is a great example of the positive impact of the HubZone program. Through the last 2 years, he has got his master's in cybersecurity. He has got his undergrad in Homeland Security and recently got his ethical certification hat. Great example of how we hire from a university and bring him onto industry. With that said, I'm going to hand it over to Austin to talk about how we're going to approach this unique challenge.
Thank you, AJ. Hey, everyone. It's Austin Francisco, and I want to thank you for your time. Of course, as AJ said, this is a very exciting opportunity for a small business such as us. But as I was saying, my name is Austin Francisco. I just obtained my certified ethical hacker certification. I'm currently working towards my offensive security certified professional certification and working on pivoting into the penetration testing field. But I wanted to sort of describe our approach to this challenge. While we have our own products and solutions, we're not really taking a product-based approach to this challenge. We're really going to be focusing on a black box, red teamer adversarial mindset. And what that means is we're going to be approaching this challenge as if we knew essentially nothing, and we're going to be using technologies that are widely available and open source rather than using our own proprietary technologies. And I believe this is an important approach to take, just to see from the outside how an external or adversarial attacker might take this challenge or view something similar to this challenge. And so essentially our approach is going to be penetration test based. And some of the tools we're going to be using, I want to describe the main initial tool technology that I'm going to be using for this challenge. It's called a MAS. And a MAS is a project by OWASP. And I'm sure you're familiar with OWASP. It's the Open Web Application Security Project. And what they have done is they've created this very, very interesting tool. What it does is utilizes intelligence, scanning, enumeration, asset discovery. It's essentially a suite of scripts and proven widely available tools that allows you to do essentially exactly what we're looking for this challenge. And that's really enumerating, identifying, and classifying these sensors, devices, and potentially their vulnerabilities as well. But one thing that I love about this technology, a MAS, is it also provides great data visualization. With this, as AJ said, we're a very small team, so we're going to be collecting a ton of data, and we're going to have to analyze all of it pretty quickly and efficiently. And a MAS will allow us to hopefully provide a great-looking visual graphic of what we collect for reporting reasons. But going on to describe further, we're essentially going to be basing this around the ethical hacking methodology. We're going to start off with initial reconnaissance and scanning and enumeration. Then we're going to move into identification and classification of sensors, devices, and vulnerabilities. And then we're going to move into reporting and mitigation. And the way we're going to be approaching this is I'm going to be utilizing Kali Linux. When we have access to these machines, I'm going to install a virtual machine, make that my attacker machine. And as you may or may not know, Kali Linux is sort of the industry standard, sort of red teamer approach to asset discovery. So I will be using Kali Linux and a whole suite of tools that comes with Kali Linux and a few other technologies as well. But I really just wanted to describe the main technology that's going to be our strongest point here, and that's definitely going to be a mass. It's a tool that I really love and have a good amount of experience with. But to sort of wrap this up, I wanted to revisit our bottom line up front. It's, so really challenges such as these and even enumerating similar devices in real life scenarios does not necessarily require proprietary technology and can be completed by a well-trained red team professional. Hopefully that's what I'm going to bring to the table. Hopefully we'll see how this challenge goes. So essentially we'll be using the same methodologies used by malicious hackers and adversaries. Believe that the proliferation of open source technologies and maintaining an up-to-date knowledge base of technologies and current threats and vulnerabilities is really of vital importance. And that's really why we're taking this approach, not using a product-based approach. And so hopefully by utilizing these widely available technologies and methodologies, we'll be able to see how this challenge may be completed by a real life adversary. So that's really what we're planning on bringing to the table here. I really, again, want to thank you guys for your time. And this is really such an awesome opportunity for Key Cyber Solutions and myself. And I'm really excited to see how well we'll do or how not well we'll do. It's really going to be interesting. And it's really also been interesting to see sort of the other companies' approach to this as well. So I think that covers about everything. Was there anything else? I see we have about a minute left.
I think we're going to give that minute back to the audience. Well, thank you for your time and look forward to the challenge. And I really enjoyed the other team's presentations. Look forward to hearing some more.
All righty. Thank you, Key Cyber Solutions. Next up, we will have Mad X.
Hello, everyone. I am Jonathan Tomek, and my company today is MadX. Started out as a Marine several years ago, and so I got to experience what it was like to be a warfighter. And since then, I became a threat intelligence researcher working on discovering cyber criminals, espionage tactics, techniques, and procedures, and identifying how those people were able to do the things that they do. I've also been able to take part in what is called the USMC Cyber Auxiliary. I'm one of the founding members, and was able to go speak at the Pentagon specifically on the Internet of Things applications from offensive and defensive techniques in the physical realm, as well as foreign and domestic areas for offensive and defense. So this problem has been around for quite some time, and before I even started MadX, I had this idea as a company of, well, how do you take such a big data set that everybody's always been interested in finding and being able to basically discover all of these systems? So as a threat intelligence researcher, I looked for this data set for many, many years and did not find one. So I said, well, let's come up with that. And so that's effectively how MadX was born. So that basically introduces the company, which is how we take our approach to solving this challenge. MadX, the tool behind it, Visionary, is basically scanning the entire internet every day for all of the effectively open systems that are out there and identifies what they are as well as the vulnerabilities that are associated with them. The things that Visionary can discover range from vulnerable systems, misconfigured systems, open databases, PII, IoT devices, numerous different sets of information. Now, with that being said, the interesting approach to this was once this competition came out, had this idea, well, how can I leverage this for this competition? Well, this is where effectively Sovereign was born, which is over here on the far right. And you could kind of see a little bit of a glimpse of this imagery of what I had it looking like, but you can get much, much closer for, I'll show you that in a moment, but taking the devices that we've discovered from this open world view of all of the devices, overlaying that with all the geo coordinates of the physical devices. So taking what is a virtual system and finding its geo coordinates to make it actually a physical device. So I could now take something that nobody knew where it was and imprint it on a map down to zip+4 accuracy in some cases, which, or quite a few cases actually, which is the street level view. So if I'm looking for, say, a ICS device, a power station, or potentially a web camera, I could actually find the actual coordinates of this device and see where it's angled and pointing within a general vicinity. Now, where this gets even cooler is instead of doing just the entire internet of this, I can draw a geofence around a very specific area. So if you are looking for a specific target in a city that, or several cities that you don't even know, without having to deploy a physical person, I could draw a geofence around that area of interest and map out all the Internet of Things devices. I could then take the web cameras to see if I can visually track those people, as well as find all the IoT devices in that vicinity, such as an e-scooter, and then track that user, because all of these IoT devices give more information than most people even know about, such as the user who's using these devices, potentially the actual 8-digit coordinates, because they're beaconing those out, where they ended as well as where they started, and how long they were used for. So taking these devices, I could then say, hey, if I'm looking for a very specific target, monitor where they dropped said IoT device and track it back to the origin spot. And that may be where that person lives, or there's whatever reason for it. And and then I could also draw another geofence around that area and find other interesting devices. So the basic premise of this is to be able to enable the warfighter to not only be protected from a physical stance, because I don't have to now deploy a drone or whatever it may be over an area to find all specific devices. I can get a pretty good visibility view of said location and then overlay it with all the devices I found, including vulnerabilities and all the IoT presence, to be able to give an understanding of what is happening in a specific area. So in this specific area, which is Baltimore, I just pulled up just a couple of small devices over here on the right. I did just the 5-kilometer area around one of the spots, just to say, hey, this is an interesting area, and there's a couple of different really big hot spots for where some IoT devices are, and just to see what I can look at. So with the way that this challenge has been presented, I'm going to be taking this external to internal view of the entire competition and figure out what can I find beyond that of the devices that are there, so that I can actually have a better presence, have a better visibility of what not only an adversary can see, but if the warfighter needed to know more about an area before even going there from a much more intelligence perspective. So the fun part about this is I'm trying to leverage the tool that I built as much as possible, but also provide this as a data feed so that if somebody ever needed to deploy this, they can leverage, without having to need my map system, they could take this GeoJSON data and embed it in whatever device they see fit, whether it's their mobile phone, whether it is their laptop, or wherever it may be, keep it offline so that they have no presence, or update it as they see fit so they can actually physically walk around and use their phone and say, hey, this is interesting. I actually found the device I was looking for. It provides a lot of really interesting capabilities that we normally would not have had given the global footprint that most people don't have. So I know that I have a minute and a half left, and I know that there's probably no questions out in Cyberland, but I would love to say that this is a fantastic competition, and I really look forward to this. And I really think this will be a fantastic time to be able to work with the other teams and be a complement to what they are doing. So yes, that's that, because I know I have 1 minute left. Oh, and I think I can address one more quick thing that I forgot to mention, which is the historical reference of this. Because of the way Matecki has been doing scans, I've been maintaining this list of scans for over a year so that we can historically go back and track information based upon where it was from the last scan, so that over a period of time I can see the changes in time, that if something picked up and moved, I can track those devices historically for quite a bit of time, in case that there is ever something that happened, or there was something specific about a device that I can see where it picked up and moved. So with that, that's all I have.
Up next will be a pitch from Davidson Technologies. Thank you for joining us. Davidson, when you're ready, please share your iPoster on WebEx and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Hammett. And I'm thrilled to be representing my colleagues at Davidson Technologies today. I am the Executive Vice President of Artificial Intelligence, and having recently joined Davidson, it seems only fitting to give a brief introduction of what I've been up to the last 28 years in artificial intelligence. That experience has allowed me to span different applications of AI, including running Watson at IBM, to running risk, fraud, and anti-money laundering scenarios at Visa Corporation. In addition, like the emerging companies today, I started my own AI company years ago, where the solution was looking for black swans in the market, and it targeted institutional investment on Wall Street as its customers. Now, the rich pedigree of Davidson is something to behold for me, and we would like to share that history with you for a few minutes. So let's run a video about our history.
For a quarter of a century, Davidson has distinguished itself in the aerospace and missile defense industry with an outstanding reputation for excellence. Specifically, we're recognized for hiring noted experts, experienced engineers, and scientists dedicated to providing our customers with solutions to complex challenges. Dr. Julian Davidson founded Davidson Technologies in 1996, dedicating his company to providing high-quality engineering and technical services to defense and aerospace customers. Dr. Davidson envisioned a company that would be customer-focused and solution-oriented, all within an atmosphere that attracts and retains quality professionals with extensive technical knowledge. After Dr. Davidson's passing in 2013, wife, Dr. Dorothy Davidson, stepped in to run the company as a woman-owned small business. Her business acumen and engineering background provided a seamless transition and offered a new and exciting vision for growth. 7 years later, we were again poised to enter a new era of excellence and ingenuity. In this vein of re-strategizing, repositioning, and rebranding, Davidson launched a new logo and brand identity. We solve the hard problems for our country. Our mission? Solving complex engineering and technical challenges through comprehensive integrated solutions for our nation's security. Our logo icon, the Davidson Tetra, represents the commingling of our 4 core capabilities: systems engineering and integration, test and evaluation, modeling and simulation, and cyber solutions. We execute these 4 core capabilities across 3 major domains: missile defense, space, and commercial. Cybersecurity underpins all of Davidson's offerings and solutions. The paradigm of Davidson quality is reinforced throughout our entire enterprise by the tenacity and ingenuity of our people, the legacy and rich history of our past performance, and our unique intellectual property. With cybersecurity held up as the keystone of our capabilities, we're poised to provide the Air Force with a secure solution through the Davidson Cyber Framework, or DCF, a technology which uniquely brings the virtual user to the data instead of sending the data to the user. The Army's Missile Defense Agency, the U.S. Air Force at Tyndall Air Force Base, and the entire enterprise of Team Davidson all currently utilize versions of the DCF. With COVID-19 forcing social distancing, organizations operating 100% on the DCF maintained a greater than 99% uptime and 0 degradation to mission or operations, as the Davidson Cyber Framework enabled a quick pivot to a complete telework environment. The Davidson Cyber Framework gives you the ability to move resources when and where you need them, how you need them. Resources return to the infrastructure when not in use and become immediately available for other team members. Even in the midst of a global pandemic with ever-evolving risks and novel vulnerabilities emerging daily, the Davidson Cyber Framework can support the full gamut of sensitive unclassified activities, whether on-site or in the home office. The Davidson Cyber Framework can keep your teams working while monitoring and mitigating risk. A cyber solution for an unprecedented time. Davidson, engineering integrated solutions for our nation's security.
One area is in the rich ecosystem of partners that we use to build quite holistic solutions in cybersecurity, which I will talk about today. And the second is just taking advantage of the core competencies in modeling, simulation, testing, and integration that are really endemic to our longstanding history in national defense and cybersecurity altogether. So we are about monitoring these threats before they occur. And let's take a look at one example where we can do just that. What you're seeing here on your screen is a mobile application that represents the different dimensions of cybersecurity. Now, these insights that are surfaced are all around a potential threat. And what we want to cover first are the elements that drive the dashboard that you're looking at. What I want you to think about, though, is it's a real-time dashboard. And so the signals are a collection of the alerts and the security relevant data. And all this is brought into a 24/7 monitoring environment that we're calling the Davidson Cyber Framework. Now, the red triangles themselves are something to note on this view because those triangles represent all the data combined But it's not just the data that you're bringing together, and it's not just the alerts, it's the context of the situation that also allow you to surface whether or not you're in the process of an alert for a threat that's about to occur. And it's all happening on your phone, so it's changing constantly through a dynamic feed. Now, why do we design to this form factor? It's critical for us because we assume that as an executive, you are going to be taking this information with you into the field, and you're monitoring it constantly in the moment. And so this is one view where, as a summary, you can see everything you're dealing with in the environment of cybersecurity powered by the Davidson Cyber Framework. Now, second to that, we'll bring up another view. This next view shows you really the elements behind the data itself. Now, as with all security-driven insights, the power is the breadth and the depth of the data, pure and simple. And this is always the case with AI. It's only going to be as good as the data that power it. So the DCF is looking at structured data to be sure. Those are going to be the records, the logs, the traces. This is what we're all familiar with when we're dealing in the area of cyber resiliency. But there's also data that isn't as obvious. And that's the streaming data that can even be at the network packet level that we're analyzing in situ, in real time, in the stream. Now, this world of data is only going to grow more complex. And I think every company that's here today would agree that as we enter into this new world of quantum encryption, we will see data that will be in disparate locations. We'll see data in many different forms. We'll even see things that I call dark data, which is non-labeled data. And those are data that you need to be able to build AI models on top of other AI models to assess the likelihood of a threat as you're going through the context of that situation. Now, Davidson celebrates this ability to skate to where the puck is going, and we do so by leveraging world-class simulation, modeling, testing, and evaluation, as I said earlier. But what this actually means in terms of concrete abilities is that we can take some of the most complex Monte Carlo simulation, genetic algorithms, any type of learning and machine learning, and we can make sense of that and tweak the optimization in real time. So this is going to be incredibly critical as we move into what I call looking at a range of probabilistic scenarios in threat assessment. This is a journey that we're on, and we're absolutely excited to take that journey with you. We believe that we have the combination of technologies through the Davidson Cyber Framework, as well as the know-how within our institution, within the walls of our institution and our partners, to be able to build out the broadest breadth in this area. So with that, I can see that with 2.5 minutes left, we can open it up for questions if there are any. And in terms of the video before, just to kind of give you a preview of it, it talks a lot about the history and the history of our founders. And so I'm happy to address either our history and pedigree or some of the aspects of the technology, which we covered today.
Next up, we will have a presentation from Infiltron.
So I'm with Infiltron Software Suite. My name is Chastity Wright. I am a former U.S. Air Force veteran in aerospace satellite communications. I'm a mobster. And I'm actually from Warner Robins, Georgia, which is an Air Force Base town. So doing things like cybersecurity mean quite a bit to me, more so than probably other people in this competition. But we provide proactive security for data and devices in real time beyond the edge, and you'll see how. So with so much data and so many devices, an attack playground has emerged for hackers in finding data and devices causing problems because they travel to different systems, right, all over the world. So what we do is, these are some of the scenarios. The waiter at lunch wrote down your credit card information, and Uncle Walter unknowingly forwards you a text which collects smartphone data and it gives access to every device your smartphone connects to. The server of your healthcare provider is hacked, and a few months later, you find that your insurance was used for someone else's plastic surgery. With autonomous transportation taking the road, taking flight, and groceries, things such as algorithmic hacking have increased. This makes unmanned transportation a risk of causing accidents and puts normal users of wireless capable transportation at risk as well. Infotron is a security solution to help mitigate issues of accidents, as explained in our video on our poster. Being wrongfully accused or arrested for a crime as a person of color or woman due to law enforcement agencies using racially or gender biased facial recognition technology, which does not accurately identify these demographics. So we are aware that a lot of the Air Force bases, probably about 11 to 13 Air Force bases in the Southeast, are rolling out as smart bases that equate to a smart city, and they'll be utilizing facial recognition. So we want to make sure that our Black and brown civilian and military personnel are accurately detected. So here's how we do this. We provide a minimum of protected 3-factor authentication. We secure data and devices regardless of connectivity. We provide real-time smart compliance governance, and HIPAA, GDPR, because we are working with some companies in the UK, and NIST and POPI, which is out of South Africa, is their equivalent to the GDPR. And we're also able to program in system rules per system needs. Going back. Customize our solution to your business system needs for strategic platform and dashboard integrations. We analyze user behavior for compliance to provide data analytics to help businesses solve problems. For example, we can help you find ways to cut costs, innovations to improve system protection and efficiency by processes. We audit technology, software, and hardware for cybersecurity posture, biases, because what we're finding is that who audits the cybersecurity solutions? We also create real-time cybersecurity training modules for individuals and organizations per device, per user, and per location, because we do have different locations, right? So one of the things that I'm most proud of when it comes to Infotron is our aspect, because unlike IBM and Amazon, we're walking into the IoT security space, mitigating issues around, gender and race, which is very important because, as we have seen in the past couple of months in the news, facial recognition technology is being widely used around the world. It was sold to a lot of law enforcement agencies here in the United States, but it does not accurately detect Black, brown, and women demographics. Here are some of the trademarks around the biometric technology that we have. Our team is, from what I've seen, is probably one of the most diverse teams here. As you can see on the upper right hand, our skill set and offerings range from aerospace to AR to quantum scientists. We also do DevSecOps, biometric and touchless technologies. Here I am at the top. I, again, served in the Air Force in cybersecurity, aerospace communications, technology overall. And when I exited the gate, I helped reconfigure C-130 flight plan systems to what they are being utilized for today. One of my mentors was the guy, one of the pioneers that built the C-130 computer. So it's pretty awesome being connected to him. But again, as you can see, our team is pretty diverse, and that is because that's strategic. It's because I know that when you're building security solutions or technology solutions, in general. The more diverse your team is, the more innovative it is, the more aspects from the walks of life that these people endure every day is shown in the solution, providing better solutions. So here is some of the use cases that we're working on. We do have an IoT lab. I am located in Atlanta, Georgia. We're currently connected to Georgia Tech, who has done so much for us around the IoT space and in the lab that we're creating. And here are some of the use cases that we are testing in our lab. We're looking to confirm and identify pilots for unauthorized use of equipment. Procurement cards is another use case we're looking to do. We have a mobile application that does verification and authentication in real time for debit and credit cards. So we're testing that with procurement cards, government issued cards. So are looking to test this with base and building access. As I mentioned before, we are aware of the smart base rollout. We also are looking to do something around which speaks to this challenge, unique encryption methods to enhance confidence in knowing that Infiltron will protect signal transmissions, proprietary data such as healthcare information, and proactively protect or detect jamming and connected devices. The other thing that we're testing in our lab is access to home networks. Due to COVID and the pandemic, we are aware that a lot of civilian employees are working from home. What Infiltron does is when it connects to another network, it also scans the devices on that network. So to prevent or to be aware of any other vulnerability vectors that present itself from per se the Air Force network. And here are our target markets. We're playing in the consumer market, the B2B market. We're doing some with cannabis because it's going to be a heavily regulated industry for a while. So we're doing a lot of stuff with our real-time compliance component. Here are some of our customers and future partnerships. These are either companies that we are testing with or they are sitting at the table speaking with us right now. Soracom is actually a SIM card company, and we are doing some testing around programming SIM cards. A use case there would be inserting those SIM cards into government issued phones for civil engineering groups. They have to go out and do measurements on water and all types of utilities, and in that be able to detect hacking or breaches, so we can deter things like our water systems from being tampered with. Infiltron wants to bring its proactive IoT security technology to the world's systems and mobile consumers to ensure security, protect the privacy, and provide reliable telecommunication mediums in present day and beyond. Infiltron can easily integrate its technology to be used by any system for security, compliance, and other purposes. And our focus area is, we want to make sure we emphasize confidentiality, which is a huge thing in the DoD space, authenticity, integrity, availability, meaning redundancy. One of the other things that we're testing in our IoT lab is a counterattack, because we're aware that China uses and leverages quantum and the use of algorithmic gates. And we're testing that to see how, if our warfighters are in a scenario or outside of our network, how we can leverage other or the enemy's network to continue to communicate whatever we need to, but unbeknownst to that defender. And that is our presentation. I'm open for any questions. We'll have a more in-depth pitch on Wednesday to kind of go more into how we break up the data into bits so we can efficiently process data with added layer of security as well. Thank you.
Next up, we have Rubidex.
Hello, my name is Stephen Teal, co-founder and COO of RubyDex. And for decades, there has been an underlying problem in which the way we store and share data. Not many people have addressed this issue. The problem is database. Database is the #1 cause of data breaches. We at RubyDex have set out to change that. And let me introduce to you the RubyDex system.
Just about every business uses database in one way or another, and just about everyone who uses a database has encountered a myriad of problems and issues, from freezes and missing data to breaches and theft. Database has become the #1 problem to business stability. Don't believe for a moment that only big businesses are being compromised. Small business is not immune to outside breaches, hackers, data corruption, or truncation. Almost every day you hear about another company being breached by malware or SQL injections, or being held hostage by ransomware. It's never-ending headaches, and more importantly, individuals' personal information is being stolen by the millions and sold on the dark web. Privacy is at an end, and traditional database is fully responsible. Don't take our word for it. According to ABC News, Capital One Bank had a data breach that affected approximately 100 million customers. That's more than 30% of the US population, but that's not even the biggest one of all time. Yahoo actually suffered the largest data breach in US history in 2013 and then again in 2014. Their breach affected 3 billion accounts on its server, exposing the names, birth dates, phone numbers, and passwords of users whose accounts were encrypted with what was ultimately weak security. The U.S. charged 4 Russians, including 2 Russian Federal Security Service officers, with the crime, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. From 2014 to 2018, Marriott Starwood had 500 million guests' private information, including names, mailing addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, passport numbers, dates of birth, and gender were hacked and stolen. No one is immune. Even our credit reporting agencies have been affected. Equifax had 146 million accounts breached in 2017. In all cases, it was weak security and database that allowed outside interlopers to gain access to people's private data. There is a solution. Introducing the RubyDex system. We took the best of database and the best of blockchain and lopped off the worst of database and the worst of blockchain and created a brand new hybrid system that protects data, self-heals, and wraps everything in a 256-bit encrypted shell. Unlike traditional blockchain, with the RubyDex system, you are up and running instantly while data is synchronized in the background. All transmission of data runs inside an encrypted end-to-end tunnel between servers. All computers running RubyDex have a copy of all data at all times. The RubyDex system follows a user group paradigm and is 100% permissions-based. Normal database transmits data to the server from the nodes completely unprotected. Database that do have encryption use simple algorithms. Once the data gets to the server, the data is free to grab while in transmission. With RubyDex, all data is encrypted and decrypted in real time. Anyone attempting to steal your data will not be able to read the encrypted files. Hacks like SQL injections will not work with the RubyDex system since we are not a database. All user information is logged, so inside theft is nearly impossible. Blocks self-heal, so if stolen or corrupted by outside means, they simply come back. In the case of viruses, malware, or ransomware, your data is totally safe and comes back after the infections are dealt with. With a RubyDex system, you can feel safe and secure that your data will never fall into the wrong hands. RubyDex, the world's trusted solution.
Thank you for watching, and this next clip is going to show you how the RubyDex system works.
Organizations collect large amounts of data for use in their enterprise. The data can come from many sources. Ultimately, the data is warehoused in a database for storage and analysis. We believe the database is responsible for most data breaches, and therefore, we have eliminated its use in storing and using your data. RubyDex uses a patented process to store each record as an individual file in a unique proprietary container. Each container is then duplicated and decentralized throughout your network. A database is a collection of all your company's data in one location. client records, financial transactions, and all related data, stored in one convenient location for a hacker to penetrate. As this data is collected and passed through your network, it remains vulnerable, both to human error as well as malicious actors. With Rubidex, your data is decentralized. At the moment you create a record, it is encrypted and never exists outside of an encrypted state. During session times, transmission, or storage, your data is always secured. Rubidex, the database replacement software, self-healing data storage that is not susceptible to ransomware, SQL injections, man-in-the-middle, other known attacks, or even physical data theft.
Our current solution is closed source, built from the ground up, with security in mind, just to handle large data sets. Our code is encrypted, compiled to binary bytecode. All operations happen within our encrypted shell. At no time is your data open to attacks. We are quantum resilient. This was designed to take on quantums. As you know, Microsoft is getting ready to roll out quantums commercially, and we feel that that could be a threat in the future to data security. So this system is quantum resilient. With our system, you can work online and offline. This is very important since I have seen enterprises literally close and shut down productivity due to a simple system update. You will not have that issue with the Rubidex system. Rubidex is compatible with all devices, PCs, tablets, even phones. With this system, the warfighter can create solutions out in the field, and their data will be protected at all times, and they can work online and offline. This will probably, in regards to that, help protect the warfighter. And you also see here, we currently have some prototypes that we're rolling out on the commercial market. One we have going on right now is telemetry data. Basically, this is temperature sensors reading in the UAE for a poultry farm. We're capturing that telemetry data in real time and encrypting it. It never leaves an encrypting state, sending it all the way back here to the US in a bare metal server and a cloud. Very, very cool stuff. You can see the floor plan. Green means the temperature readings are good in those rooms. And if it was to turn red, there's either something wrong with the temperature or the sensor itself. Banking applications. As you know, the financial world does a lot more than financial transactions. They handle large amounts of data. They're targeted daily and unfortunately breached quite often. As you can see, this is a simple application that they would use in an office. It looks, feels, and acts just like a database. An employee would never know they're using a Rubidex system. But with this application behind the scenes, they are using a Rubidex system instead of a database. Therefore, they have all the security features that go along with that. And then this one I like, the secure file sharing, designed to compete and replace Dropbox. So you can drop any file size in here, and it's going to protect that data. And also you can put images in here. So this can be used at an enterprise or business level, and also at a consumer level for household use if people have documents they want to keep safe. This is also for enterprise and a consumer level, as our browser runs off the Rubidex system. Cookies cannot track this, and also your browser history is encrypted at all times. No one can go through your browser history but you. I think it's going to really help for customers who work at home. The benefits of using the Rubidex system is we can handle unlimited file sizes, and your data is never left unencrypted anytime. You can work online and offline. Reduce computing power. You do not need a lot of computing power to encrypt and decrypt the data. We have successfully done that through a mobile hotspot on a cell phone. Permission-based user group paradigm. We can set that up however the client sees fit. Tunnel encryption, we're all familiar with. The data never leaves an encrypted state. Insta-load technology is a big reason we're able to take on ransomware and spoofing. You cannot tamper or remove this data because it's going to replace it. It's going to come right back. You can't change the data in any way. Our patent-pending Insta-load technology will not let that happen. This will help fight against man-in-the-middle attacks. SQL injections will not work because we are not a database. Feel free to try. And encryption holes. We don't have any encryption holes thanks to this technology.
we are going to move on to our final presenter, ZanConnect.
Yeah, I hope I come through clearly here. My name is Henrik Lehmann Wang, the CEO and co-founder of ZanConnect. My team and I were listening to the presentations this morning, and we just think it's fantastic what's going on, the initiatives of trying to get small businesses in with innovations and broaden the industrial base. Just a few words of why we are here, where we are coming from, and how we intend to make a difference for the Air Force, Space Force. We are a cybersecurity company who was started on developing software integration. Our first commercial product was to move data securely through the public infrastructure, mainly to secure and being compliant with GDPR for corporations moving data across the Atlantic Ocean. I sat at the Pentagon and had a meeting with the Chief of Staff of Cyber of the Office of Secretary of Defense. And he said, what you are really doing at ZanConnect, you do worry-free connectivity where you bypass the vulnerabilities of the transport layers. And what you have the potential of doing is solving one of the biggest problems in the US military related to connectivity and security at the same time. So we made an application to the AFWERX Cyber 1 and proposed one of our technologies and won the award last year in 2019. And in our process of discovering, we found out that one of the big issues with and I'll show it here, with the connectivity and security is making JADC2 and ABMS both efficient and secure. What we have made at ZanConnect, and we consider ourselves the architect of the secure military internet. We have made software as a plumbing in an agnostic platform to connect any endpoint anywhere and move data securely. Okay, what is crucial here is what do we do for the warfighter, and what do we do that we think that others are not capable of doing. Basically, I think everyone on this call agree that the information advantage wins the next war. So we are very focused on making sure that we control the territory of network security, and everything that moves in our networks is defined as data securely. We do data dominance. What we're able to do in our networks is that we give the warfighters the freedom to get the job done, get the right data in the right place at the right time. We are agnostic, so we can connect to any platform, anywhere, any endpoint. And most importantly, and that's what I will talk about mostly in this presentation, we give the confidence, the fidelity of the data to the warfighter that they're acting on the right information. Secondly, I just want to touch on an important part that we have met here. I think still sort of most practitioners of observers in the IT industry field, including the military, look at networks as a utility to get things done. We understand that, but modern networks and the networks that we are able to create is much more than that. And we're going out of on a limb here, but we are absolutely convinced that your network is a weapon system in and of itself. And our network has the plumbing and multiple multi-layered defensive capabilities but it's built in a modular way that we can easily integrate offensive capabilities as well. And really, when you think about it, if you have these crucial networks sitting in a cross-domain environment, currently there is no deterrent for attacking these networks because there is no penalty. It is possible to integrate offensive capabilities. So if you hurt one of those IT systems, you will be hurt yourself. Okay. So on a lighter note, I just want to cover sort of how we see the industry in 4 pictures, and why some of this has led to some of our most radical innovations. This is sort of an isolated view of the industry focused uniquely on new technologies that sit on top of vulnerable IT stacks. And we're saying that that simply doesn't work. You cannot create security if you are reliant on solutions that sit on vulnerable IT stacks. It's an industry that is dominated by more referees than players. We need more players. It's an industry that is highly complex. Few people have the full overview. And most cybersecurity solutions are very concerned about the moat, the outer layers of the systems. So, and for that, I would like to just touch on what really makes this interesting and where we do things radically different. When you look at most security, think about your network as a human body. A lot of security is sort of like a solution that's taken to the tech stack, and you can take a firewall and consider it the human skin. You use the SSL solutions for all your servers. It's the outer parts. What no one does in the industry is securing what is very important, namely at the cellular level. And that is what we do at SandConnect. You need all the outer defenses, but we are able to take the inner layers where you consider SandConnect as a deep tissue, close combat defense after the wounding. The bad guys are in your system, and we are like bodyguards on your endpoint. Importantly, what we're able to do with our technologies is that we can take these and deliver these benefits to the warfighters and the IT people responsible for delivering the right data at the right time in the right place to the warfighters. So to sum up, we are able to do cybersecurity at the cellular level. Our connectivity is a new plumbing for the secure military internet. We are able to plant the seeds and create secure connectivity across domains, across platforms, and we are able to have a dynamic network where we can reconfigure endpoints at runtime. It's absolutely an extraordinary thing, and we are looking forward in this challenge to take this technology and show how we can move data securely through the public network, which we are doing with our commercial products. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm John Matecki, and I will be your moderator for our panel. So for those of you that have just joined us or have been listening, this is going to be the time that we'll have to interact with our various subject matter experts. So before we get into that, we're going to go around and have each person that's part of the panel introduce themselves. Next, I'd like to move over to Darrell Simpson from the SBIR Sitter Program Office.
Hey, John, can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear, sir.
Awesome. Good afternoon. I'm Darrell Stimson. I am the fifth week in Chief Operations Officer for the Air Force SBIR program. Looking forward to talking with you guys today.
Thank you, Darrell. Next, we'll move it over to Ms. Denise Lee.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Denise Lee. I am the Air Force Information Director at SBIR Sitter Program Manager. Look forward to all the discussions that we're going to have today, and thanks for everybody doing what they've done so far to make this a successful event.
Thank you, Denise. I apologize, I will probably mispronounce your name, Dr. Chad. Is it Heisenreiter?
Close enough. So yes, Chad Heisenreiter with the Air Force Research Laboratory Information Directorate. I am the Cyber Science and Technology Core Technical Competency Lead.
And then also in the room is Dr. Bryant Wasaki. I mispronounced that too, didn't I?
That's pretty good. Bryant Wysocki is my name. I'm the Air Force Senior Technical Advisor for C4I and Cyber. Really lately, my focus has been on the connection between science, research and development, and the acquisitions community. So really, I'm very interested in transitioning these types of technologies out to the field. Thank you.
And then joining you in the room there is Mr. Andy Williams, correct?
Yep, Andy Williams, Air Force Research Lab, Information Directorate in Rome, New York. I focus on EM cyber convergence.
All right, so for simplicity, as everyone agrees, I'll just refer to you by your first names. So this way we're a little bit more cozy with everybody. So of course, Murphy, Liz, and Breeze, as we've seen a little bit earlier, is in my office as we speak. So Dan is having some issues with his computer. So we may pass my computer back and forth to ask his questions. So we're going to go ahead and do that because his computer basically just crashed. So the first question is going to be to Mr. Dan DeMotta. Why did Tech Warrior Enterprise choose to go with the cyber as a platform?
Well, the Air Force has placed a high emphasis on cybersecurity as a priority, right? So collectively, our aim is to limit the widespread attacks in government's most sensitive computers, right? So cyber is an area that faces a unique challenge, whether it's in the security and the protection of the DoD network. By tightening our focus, John and I feel that the cybersecurity, we enable operational success for the defense of the warfighters, also the preservation of the DoD network. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that answer. So next we're going to go ahead and move over to Rome Labs in New York. And this is for any one of you three gentlemen that are in the room. How do the cyber needs of the Air Force DoD differ from those that are inside of the industry?
All right, so I guess I'll take the first crack at that one. So great question. That's one that gets talked about quite a bit, obviously. You know, there's a lot of big players out there with the companies everybody recognizes, like Google and Facebook, of course, investing literally millions of dollars into these technologies, all the way down through to the small companies that are like those that are participating with us today. So, what is the Air Force's play in this? And really what it comes back to, of course, is that, the DoD, the military, has some very particular and unique needs. Just like with any other technology, while we can often leverage the commercial base of the commercial industry, there's a lot of things the commercial industry does or has or builds that that isn't strictly necessary for a military context. The way banks do cybersecurity, of course, involves not just technical means and technical infrastructure, but also things like insurance and risk dumping and legal and ethical frameworks. So where we have those capabilities in the Air Force to influence those things, of course we do. But of course, when it comes to those particular technologies and how they interact, from a military standpoint versus how they interact from a commercial standpoint, it actually ends up often being quite different. And so we have to make those trade-offs, those risk decisions in a different way than a lot of those industries would. And that leads us in different directions, often leads us to specialize in ways that might not be obvious to the commercial industry or might not be things that they might work on otherwise.
Chad, I think I'd like to add to that a little bit as well. So certainly if you look at the banking industry, for instance, there's a huge amount of protections that are required, but the consequences of an individual event are often less dramatic than the consequences of a small event across the DoD. So we're talking about information that is connected to national security. We're talking about information that's connected to operations in life and death situations. And behind those threats are entire national approaches where our adversaries will put together coordinated teams from members of universities and businesses to look specifically and focus on our systems in a national level. And another, I think another substantial difference is the speed at which a lot of the technical aspects of government systems are refreshed. So in industry, there tends to be a faster timeline for new technologies to be embedded. So the threat space from a particular system has a shorter lifespan for those that would like to thwart it to focus on. The DoD has systems that potentially last longer, undergo sustainment, are huge targets to nation states, and have large consequences when breached.
Outstanding answer. We appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, next we're going to go to Ms. Denise Lee for this question, and then we will then spin that question to a higher level to Daryl to answer. So the question I have for both of you is going to be, what are the SBIR, STTR local opportunities for you, Denise, and then a bigger picture for you, Daryl, that can best help collaborate both with the information director for you, Denise, and then with the SBIR. So Denise, if you want to take a crack at that first, and then Daryl, Denise is done.
Absolutely. So the one thing I can say is that locally, the team that I have, which is Ms. Laura Longo and myself, we work very closely with all of the CTC leads to be able to benefit, the small businesses in the SBIR community throughout AFRL Information Directorate. So what's nice about this is if you contact Laura and I, we work with the small businesses as well as the S&Es at our Information Directorate, Technical Directorate. And we can definitely work with the small businesses to, look to see if their technology will work within what we do as our portfolio. So yeah, absolutely.
All right, Daryl, do you want to add on to that from the higher level of Air Force SBIR?
I wouldn't say at higher level though. I think that's just a different perspective. I think there are entry points all over the place, whether it's at a directorate level or a PEO or the Air Force level. So it's really exciting. I appreciate being here today. I love where the tech warrior concept fits into the ecosystem, and what we're really trying to build in the Air Force, from the perspective of making sure we have a means of reaching out to people that might have technologies we're interested in, having them rub elbows with people who represent acquiring new capabilities or people that might be researching similar capabilities. So it just really, it's a neat thing to do. So I've heard a couple of you say in your briefings that you're already part of the SBIR ecosystem, that you've already worked with AFWorks somewhat. So it's encouraging to hear that folks are engaging in the new processes via the open innovation topics and those sorts of things. I think to engage with the Air Force at the Air Force SBIR program, I think we're going to have some more clear processes than we've had for the past several months. There are a lot of conversations going on. I think you're going to start seeing some things that resemble what the commercialization readiness program used to be. I think we're going to continue to use open innovation topics. I think that, if you've been to the AFWorks website where they post the technology need areas, there's been a lot of discussion about getting better focus, where we were putting out topics that said, if you have a technology you think we might be interested in, send a proposal. We're trying to get a little bit more focused now. It actually enables us to do a better job of getting the right SMEs involved in a given technology area, and then we can make smarter decisions about who we pick and who we try to go forward with. So the AFWorks website, where we used to have a lot of focus areas, and I haven't been there, some of the focus areas might still be there, but we're trying to corral that into a more of a technology focus area. So cyber would be one of those. So again, if you've already been part of the AFWorks ecosystem, you know that they've got an environment for you to go work in. The SBIR program office has a slightly different role than that of AFWorks. AFWorks is really pushing the boundaries of trying new ways of doing business. We in the program office are essentially trying to be the stable machine that processes all those changes and all the contracts and the financial management and all those sorts of things. So from the tech warrior perspective, why do I bring it all up? That tech warrior is, I would like to see it grow as part of the chain of events, that we can reach out to the right people, get contracts through the SBIR program to those people, and then start fostering the transition by way of connecting them with people with the genuine needs and the people who have the authority and budgets to acquire those things. So none of that's easy, but I think Tech Warrior does a really good job of at least starting those conversations. And when we put the right people in the right place to be there to answer your questions about how does the Air Force work or who should I talk to, we would like to do better and better in that at that over time. So I meandered a little bit, but hopefully that was helpful.
Absolutely. Denise, you had something that you wanted to add. Just psychic.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. So, and with that too, Daryl, thank you. I appreciate that absolute overview, because we at the Information Directorate work very closely with AFWorks, and working with the Tech Warrior group has given us opportunities that we probably would have never had before. So I think that working with the AFWorks with the new way, versus the traditional, this is really a good reach out to the companies that we normally wouldn't work with. So it's good to have old companies, and it's good to have the new companies too. So Laura and I both work very hard in making sure that the SMEs are aware of the technology that with the open topics that AFWorks has. So just wanted to add that a little bit to that. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that first round of questioning. One thing that I did, I owe you audience an apology. There is a way, Kelsey, if you're able to jump in and speak to this, that would be greatly beneficial. There is a way for you to submit questions directly to us. Those will be vetted and potentially asked if we have time. We've got questions that the ones that I'm asking have already come in from some of you users. That's why you see I look at my off to the right. I'm not just looking at my hand. So, Kelsey, are you able to speak about how they can, or can you walk through that, or just rock and roll? Sorry to put you on the spot. I'll take the silence as no. So there is a way, folks. So all of you that are watching are smart enough to figure it out. Somehow, some way, there's a way to get questions submitted to us. So if you can find that out and you have a great question, we'll ask it here live. If you're completely lost.
John, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Kelsey. Can you answer that for us? You're on.
Okay. Yep. So if you're watching over the YouTube live, if you go to twecyberops.com, there's a link to the YouTube live there. And then there's a chat box on the side of that video, and you can enter in your questions to this panel.
Thank you. It was that simple. I couldn't articulate it any better than you just did. So thank you, Kelsey. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but outstanding job. So before I get into the next round of questions, there's a lot of people that are putting this on. So there's a lot of folks behind the scene that aren't here. So to those of you that are scrambling to get these questions to me and make sure that it's smoothly, thank you for everything you're doing to make sure this panel comes off exceptional. So as we see, there are vulnerabilities inside the cyber that we heard from different speakers. We see that as we're speaking, something happened. I'm not going to speculate to which nation just hacked into Dan's computer and made it crash. But Murphy lives and breathes in their country as well. So Mr. DeMotta will be speaking just outside of 6 feet from me, so you'll hear his voice so that we're separated. So the next question will go to Dan. So Dan, why is it that the Tech Warrior Enterprise chose to partner with AFRL and NYSTEC for this event?
Well, traditionally, Tech Warrior has always been the boots on the ground testing. If you take myself and John's military experience, we have 21 plus years of military experience. So our genre is usually testing devices that have to deal with the boots on the ground warfighter. And as we saw the trends that are rolling throughout all branches of the service, we represent the Air Force. We decided to dive into the cyber world. John, Tech Warrior Enterprise didn't have the capabilities for cyber. So we partnered with Denise and we had talks with Denise. And Denise's team brought those capabilities in. So it's a natural progression for the partnership with Tech Warrior and AFRL, RI, and NYSTEC. And it enhances our capabilities by using the AFRL SMEs in the platform, which we're very appreciative of. So thank you, John.
Thanks, Dan. All right, so gentlemen at AFRL, RI, this is a question for you. What are some of the, that's a big word, impediments to transition? I said that wrong. English is my fourth language, so I apologize.
So I can start that one off. Again, this is Brian. So I think that's a very interesting question. I think if you look at information now, if you look at technology now and you compare that to history, especially if you go back before the information revolution, technology is changing at a rate that we haven't had to deal with before, even in the recent future. And not only is that technology changing, but it's being adopted by communities, adopted by businesses, and it's being put out at a rate that's very difficult for traditional acquisitions to ingest. So if you look at older programs, even go back to the B-52 or some of the large bombers, our cellular phones, our tablets are in more ways more greatly interconnected and complex than some of those early systems. So now we're developing systems on a timeline that outpaces a lot of our traditional methodologies. But not only that, they are more interconnected, they are more complex, and they have to operate on timescales that are much, much faster. So I think some of the challenge is to create a pipeline that allows the rapid transition of technologies across a whole nation approach to the ecosystem. So building those partnerships and relationships where the government can deploy capabilities into whether it's open architectures or standardized interface standards, so that each of the companies can own their intellectual property, their IP, but can fit into an infrastructure that allows us to deploy the latest and greatest and quickly switch it out as dynamics change and as needs change. So that's been a challenge. And these are the type of events and outreach that are giving us this access to the technology. You can look at the commercial global market for technology and compare that to, let's say, 50 years ago when the DoD had a much larger role in the funding of science and technology, research and development, tech maturation. And now the global market just dwarfs the DoD investments that any particular nation can make. So the ability to partner in a whole of ecosystem and have everyone trying to solve these tough challenges is very important. But not only do we have to have the technology, but we have to use it in a way that gives us an advantage over our adversaries. If you were to just take commercial technologies, as great as they are, in a very realistic way, they level the playing field because those technologies are not just available to the United States, even when they're developed here, but they're available to the global market, which means they're available to everyone, which lessens the impact of those technologies. But if we can learn to bring those in,
to maximize them and create complex systems that we can rapidly update and keep charged with the latest capabilities. That's real success, but it takes dedication, commitment, teamwork, and it takes a lot of perseverance. So it's events like this that are so exciting to me because we are building those friendships. And I use that word because those are the type of relationships that are long lasting throughout careers and throughout businesses and government tenure. So this is exactly the type of thing I think we should be doing as we move to a digital Air Force, a digital DoD, where we test concepts, incorporate them, and do them all digitally, increasing speed and reducing costs. So if there are any other questions, that's kind of just my current picture. And I bet if you talk to different people, you get slightly different pictures from whether you're science and technology, you're deploying systems, whether you're a warfighter, a user. And I think getting all those opinions together to build the right systems fast with a lot of risk. We're not afraid to take risk. And really, that's what this is all about. So are there any other comments to add to that? That's really all I have to say.
No, Dr. Wysocki certainly has a really strong view on this problem of transition. I can say from like the portfolio point of view, part of the challenge here is not only are the technologies moving really fast, but they're moving from the laboratory and basic research really fast and at different rates, right? It's a lot different to develop things against the challenges that we're doing today than it is to the sorts of challenges that say, for instance, they did back in the days of developing the Humvee, right? It's a much more different thing to have to create software as a material solution than hardware. And as a result of that, the form, fit, and function components are much more difficult to kind of ascertain. There's a lot more of a challenge to try to figure out exactly how and where certain answers to these questions arise and how best to apply them in the context that we need to apply them. And as Dr. Wysocki mentioned, it's these are available to everybody, so it's basically a big race. That's why we really wanted to do this type of a challenge problem and not a hackfest, because we wanted to take the opportunity to really go deep on a couple of these areas, because these are directly tied into some programs that are starting to kick off and that are looking to transition things fairly rapidly through the pipeline and get them into the hands of users.
I think an interesting way to look at it is, what's a 10-year plan for cyber operations or cyber technology? It's pretty rash to even guess. And that's very different than the ecosystem we lived in before, where we could plan out 10, 15, 25 years for technology maturation and deployment. I think it's a real challenge, and that bringing teams together like this is the way we've got to do it. So this is a very exciting event. Thank you.
Outstanding answers. And that's a great point of, as things change, we need to rely on, this is where this event has been a great meshing of everything, of the folks from AFRL, RI, not only bring the knowledge, but have subject matter experts who are also representing the warfighter, to where the SBIR, STTR program office is able to bring in the small businesses that can help augment what the Air Force does on a whole, to where Tech Warrior can come in to get them actually practical application. So it's basically a perfect, I look at it as, one of us brings peanut butter, the other one brings jelly, and then the other brings bread. We make an amazing sandwich between the group of us. So you won't get this anywhere without this collaboration. So moving on, the next question, I'll go ahead and present this, and whoever wants to take it first, between Denise and Carol. How does a company submit a proposal to the, I'll leave it at that, and then you guys can expand upon that. So if a company wanted to submit a proposal, where and how could they do that? And what format is that done in?
So I think I'll start that first, and then Daryl can step in. So what we do is, now that AFRL has become the open topic area of proposals that they put out, we actually send them to the AFWorks website, and there are multiple opportunities there for them to propose against any of the open BAAs that are available through AFWorks. We also look at the internal focus areas, and if there is the opportunity for information directorate to write a focus area to present to AFWorks. We work with them to put that focus area in so that it can actually meet the topic, time period, and the open BAA timeframe. A company can work not only through us as the program managers and as the SBIR offices, but we also work a lot through AFWorks, and we work together. So that's a complementing thing that we do have. So
Okay, so again, I see things from a big picture perspective. I would steer everyone to the DoD SBIR website. Frankly, I don't have it off the top of my head. But so the Air Force has begun using a few different types of announcements. One is the typical BAA that the DoD puts out, a few times a year for both SBIR and STTR. We've also started using the CSO, the Commercial Solutions Opening. So we are leveraging the DoD website for both, and they both are very similar in that they go out as a big announcement, and we look for proposals. But the way a BAA works is slightly different in the background from the way a CSO works. And the CSO construct really has an advantage for us that it allows the government to use multiple kinds of money on one contract vehicle. There are controls put in place, but that enables us to do something we weren't able to do before. And if you've ever heard of a thing called an other transaction, we also do OTs. It's kind of a by exception thing, but there are times when we do that. So they're all different types of competitive environments. So in terms of actually submitting your proposals or finding I think the sequence that I would recommend to someone would be go to the Air Force or AFWorks websites. AFWorks, like I said a little while ago, they've got the technology areas up there. You'll probably still find some focus areas up there. And whether it is an open topic or a more specific topic, because there are still going to be some specific topics. There are some pitch day specific topics that are their flavors a little bit more like the way we used to do business, the way they're going out. But at the end of the day, you still go to the same place to submit your proposals. So it's still relatively straightforward that way. And like I said, I've already heard some of you have SBIR contracts, so that's a good thing. Denise, did I capture it okay?
Actually, you gave me some information I was unaware of, so that's even better. So thanks, Daryl. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we work a lot with AFWorks just because of the fact that they do have a lot of our focus areas. So it's been a good relationship and collaboration. So absolutely, thank you for all that, Daryl.
Yeah, it seems like every day brings something new, and again, I said at the beginning, I'm starting my 5th week in this particular position, although I've been in the program for almost a decade and a half. I'm seeing things from a different perspective. One of the things I really hope to do in my current position is try to lock down some standardization. I almost don't care what the rules are. I just want to know what they are and document them so people can follow them. It just seems like the pace of change has accelerated. So I really hope we can get our arms around it. We still want to innovate. We still want to do good new things, but at some time it has to be very, very transparent and easy for people to access us. So we're heading that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, because the opportunities that are out there for the small businesses now, whether it's in cyber, whatever technology it may be, it's about that boots on the ground, and it's about getting, working that mission to make sure that we meet, the needs and requirements. And I think, with all the new processes, I mean, I've been in 14 years and there's been a lot of things that have absolutely, are changing. And I think it's not changing, in a bad way. I just think that everybody needs to learn and understand why we're doing what we're doing. So that gives us the definite uphand with the learning experience, because I think with all the knowledge within the program, I think we're able to come up with a better foundation of where we need to move to. And, you know, with our cyber team and with the information directorate, I mean, we absolutely have an upper hand because our leadership and all are very involved in the transition, the commercialization, and, you know, working the programs. So it's a good thing.
And I think that the tech warrior concept is also a tribute to leadership support of actually trying to build pieces into the entire ecosystem that help anybody in any way we can. One of the most encouraging things I ever saw at a tech warrior event was the firm didn't even know what SBIR was, went through a demonstration event, and about a year and a half later actually got their first phase 2 contract. So it works. It's just a matter of growing it and tailoring things the right way, and getting the word out about it.
Well, and I think with Tech Warrior, I mean, it's really kind of close to my heart because it's not far, where it originated from isn't far from where I actually live. So, you know, it's kind of nice. And I mean, Tech Warrior has absolutely been a plus to all of the things that we're doing because, you know, they have the same view, but a different view. They can work with the companies and they can understand, you know, that if a small business is at this level, you know, what is it going to take to get to that next level? And with, you know, the leadership of all the Air Force program, you know, I think it's great that Tech Warrior has kind of stepped into a different realm with us. So it's going to open a lot of doors for many. And again, like I said, it's great that it originated, you know, from not many miles from me. So, you know, it's very close to where I am, and I enjoy it, and it's been a good learning experience, I think, for everyone, and for Tech Warrior especially. So, you know, it's a good thing.
Yeah, and what's amazing that we've noticed is I hope Murphy's wearing a face mask because, as some of you may have noticed, he, she, whatever, has quickly transitioned from Dayton, Ohio to where Dan and I are sitting and made it all the way out to Rome, New York, where Denise is. So no COVID restrictions for Murphy, as it appears. And also, I guess I have to send Daryl and Denise some Bitcoin for payment for their kind words that they said about Tech Warrior Enterprise. So we appreciate all the kind words. None of those were solicited, just to be clear. I believe everyone on this panel is speaking from their heart, and you can hear that it's the common denominator that everyone on this panel has is that we want to make sure not only airmen with a capital A have the assets and tools to stop cyber attacks, be able to prevent them and help this nation, but the nation as a whole, whatever tools can come out that we get to the great American public to potentially help prevent, stop, impede the next attack. So this is a great topic to be diving into. So with that, I've got another set of questions. So earlier, while some of you were listening to our speakers that have joined us and others that have talked earlier, while that was going on, the companies participated in a mini pitch session. So those of you that have joined us earlier got to hear them do their 10-minute live pitch off of their iPoster boards. So similar to what they just did for you about an hour-ish ago, they did it in front of tech scouts from the major combatant commands. So keeping that in mind that 4 of the companies did that this morning, the other 4 will do that on Wednesday morning. My question to Dan is, how did that interaction with the tech scouts benefit the companies, and what are some of the things that can come out of that?
So you look at what the tech scouts provide, right? The tech scouts have a direct link to the combatant commanders, the combatant command, and know what the wants and needs of that commander is. So that's the direct link. So if you take your technology and you pitch it to these tech scouts, they have the ways and means to develop or help the process along to meet the Air Force or the military requirements, right? They also have a direct link to the vice president of our great nation. Okay, so the other thing too is their presentation, or the text presentation, allows them to showcase their research, their analysis, their technologies. During that presentation, it could possibly lead or potentially lead to a sponsorship and development by providing material solutions for the DoD. So dealing with the Tech Scouts, in my experience, is they're very knowledgeable and they can point you in the right direction how you enhance your technology and how there's a possibility of getting funding. So there's a great advantage of talking to the Tech Scouts. And again, they're a vital asset to get you into that network, the government network.
Great answer. So if you go back to the analogy of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, absolutely, the Tech Scouts bring in marmalade or fluff, depending on what your flavor is. We want to make sure we can incorporate everybody. Or maybe they bring white bread or wheat bread or whatever it is. So they just add to that. So we're inside the SBIR, which we'll get into here momentarily. There is solicitations that have to go out, and rules have to be followed for that because it's congressionally mandated funding. So where Tech Scouts have a requirement of the warfighter needs this, if it meets the need, they can fast track them to be able to sell, not to circumvent the congressional mandate of funding through the SBIR or STTR program office, but to find ways to cut through some of the red tape that most of us have seen that is imposed upon us. So make sure that it's a way to fast track items directly to the warfighter to prevent, impede, delay, destroy the next adversary. So with that being said, we're going to go back to the fine gentleman out there in AFRL RI. The question is, what level of maturity is being sought in a cyber solution?
Guess I'll take this one first since we're switching back and forth. Yeah. So from portfolio standpoint, really there's maybe no direct answer to this. I guess it's really across the board. As we discussed earlier today, we work technologies across that spectrum of basic research up through to the really, in the hands of the user sort of transition. And so depending upon the technology, depending upon the scope of the component, it really could be something, fairly early on that's just barely demonstrable that allows us to see something that we might not have seen before and start planning our programs around it, all the way up through to an algorithm or a piece of kit that we could directly incorporate into an existing system or something ready to go out the door. In the course of both these challenges, I could certainly see places where both that, very early nugget of an idea could come through, as well as if somebody coming in with the perfect algorithm that does the best job of, say, discovering, those IoT devices that we could roll right into, something that we're already building. So, it's definitely across the board in terms of what we're looking for. I think the key is that kind of precision and evidence-based notion of being able to quantify and realize that in a way that helps us match it up correctly with the right level and type of effort that's ongoing at the lab.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly add to that. So for this particular event, I think we're looking at having capabilities that can be integrated into some type of solution in the future. But if you look across AFRL as a whole, we're about 80% enduring research and development, and about 20% transformational science and technology. And you can take a look at the Air Force Science and Technology Strategy that was published last year that breaks this down. But what we're really doing is focusing on experimentation in a lot of ways. And rather than just bringing individual concepts or capabilities, we want to have them at a level so that we can start experimenting with the integration of these two excellent components or more, so that we can have a capability that's across the merging fields of JADC2, ABMS, for instance. So really, I think what Chad said about looking across the board is correct. And specifically for this event, we would like to have technologies that are mature enough to begin the integration into something that offers a lot more than they could individually. Over.
Outstanding answers. Appreciate it, gentlemen. So we'll go ahead and go back to Denise and Daryl. And I believe one of you could, if one of you want to answer this question and then the other one expand upon it, as you did with your previous question, I think would be the best. So could you talk about what the phases of the SBIR, STTR are, and what's the difference between each of the phases? And on top of that, can you also tell us what the difference between SBIR and STTR?
Absolutely. Daryl, do you want to start out first, or would you like me to?
Yeah, I'll punish you and take over first, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So I'd actually like to talk to the second question first. So the difference between SBIR and STTR. So they are separate programs kind of under one banner. Both are small business focused programs. But in the STTR, there has to be a partner from a nonprofit institution. So it can be a university, lab, various entities can qualify. So whereas if I'm an SBIR firm, I can, subcontract to folks, but I need to have the majority of the money that is spent within my company. In an STTR, they have to have a similar partnership. Instead of subcontractors, they would have a partner, whether it's a university or other. So again, they're two separate programs. They come from the same kind of money, from the same authorization, and we treat them very similarly. So when you see, if you go looking for the solicitations, the 2020.1 is a SBIR solicitation, where the 2020.A is an STTR solicitation. So they look very much alike on the outside. They function very similarly on the inside, but one requires a not-for-profit entity to be involved as a teammate. So it sounds relatively simple. It's a little, sometimes it's difficult to make people understand the difference. In fact, we had a question about that this morning in the program office. So Denise, would you add to that?
Absolutely. I think that what happens is a lot of the times with the STTRs, with the nonprofit organization that needs to tie in with them, people don't understand like what the percentage of each are. So obviously, that's always been a big concern, with the small businesses. So, there's a certain percentage that each, have to do in order to, be able to be part of the STTR program. So, SBIR is a lot different. It's in reference to just the small business, and it's Daryl.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of losing your audio a little bit.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Oh, so yeah, were you turning it over to me for phase 1, 2, and 3?
So, I can go on with the phase 1. So traditionally, we normally had a 12-month, 150,000 phase 1. Now, currently, with the way we are moving forward with AFWorks, for instance, normally 3 months with $50,000 award. So what happens though, like for instance, we just did the Quantum Collider here not long ago, and we actually had phase 1s that were 5 months long, and they were 150,000. So it depends on what, specific solicitation, it's the SBIR or STTR.1, .A, .2, .B, .3, .C, and or what is going on. So, and with the phase 2s, you can do, the 24-month traditionally with 750,000, or, as I'm saying with the Quantum Collider that'll be coming up, we're doing phase 2s at 1.5 million. And they will be 18 months long. So, and with AFWorks, it all depends. I know some are 15 months, some are 20 months, some, so there's a variety of, the way we do which particular phase, and in awarding purposes. So I know with phase threes, we are doing really well in that area and reference to, SBIR dollars or non-STTR dollars. So this is all mission money. So that's the companies going out and finding money that can be put onto a phase three that will help further the technology. Phase one is a feasibility study. Phase two is, product demo, depending on the TRL level, which is the technical readiness level. And then phase three, is obviously if we can put it out into a standard across wherever, commercialization, transitioning. And so it's a great app. Anything else, Daryl?
Had to plug my computer in, you're going to lose me. So a couple interesting things. So for about the past year and a half, it seems like every solicitation has been slightly different in terms of, the dollar value of phase one and the dollar value of phase two. So I would encourage anyone that when you go to the BAA and CSO announcements, very carefully read what's there, because there are instructions available to you there about what the intent is for those contracts and the proposals. So it does vary. Again, there's a lot of, we're trying to figure out better ways of doing business. And this is part of the growing pain of doing that, is some of this confusion. So just know that there are instructions available to you, and just read them really carefully.
Yeah, I think too, Daryl, not to interrupt you, but I think also that is a huge problem that I think a lot of the small businesses, have, because they're not reading the instructions fully. And sometimes the instructions change even after they were put out the first time. So, it's very important that the small businesses do read and keep up on that.
Yeah, it's also possible that something that went out in a pre-solicitation will change in the actual solicitation. So again, I spoke with a firm last week that called me and said, where's a template for this and that? Well, the template didn't go out in the pre-solicitation, but the solicitation was out and the template was there. So just a lesson learned that I'm going to try to evangelize with folks is the most important thing you can do to be successful in a SBIR competition is read the instructions very carefully.
Yes. Absolutely.
Great answers, guys. Really appreciate it. So we do have 2 write-in questions. So I'll throw them out to whoever would like to answer them. I believe this one is probably suited for Daryl or Denise. So the question comes in, is there, and there may not be, is there any statistics driving on how often the SBIR goes from phase 1 to 2 and actually gets a commercially viable product?
Actually, we were just, Laura and I were just working on this not long ago on a couple of the phase threes that we had. So what happens is with the phase twos, I totally lost my thought there. Oh, goodness gracious.
So,
say that again.
So I'll take a stab at it.
Thanks, Daryl.
So we do track metrics like that. So again, I can't give you what they specifically are because the definitions of what we're calling a transition or commercialization sometimes change. Other people interpret things differently. For example, there's one school that says it's not commercialized until it is productized on someone's shelf and available. There's another school of thought that says they had a phase 2 contract and then they got more money from someone else that became, using SBIR data rights of phase 3. Some people consider the fact that they got $1 of non-SBIR money to be, quote, commercialized or transitioned. So we do have metrics, and frankly, we're having an ongoing discussion right now about what metrics are the right ones and what data points we should be looking at, especially in this time when we're trying so many new things. We really want to understand whether we're doing well or not, or what specific thing we're doing well or not. So that's an ongoing, that's a really good question. We do track those. And we use that tracking for internal use to determine what seems to be working and what's not. And some of this new way of doing business isn't old enough yet for us to really see the results of it. So I guess over the course of the next year or so, we'll be able to solidify that more, probably advertise.
So I caught my thought. So I know now what I'm going to say. So I know that what's happened at the Information Directorate is, we've had technologies that it's taken 10 years, 12 years to actually transition. And then we've had technologies, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and that's taken less than 3 years, because we're literally, building upon each one of those. So I think the statistics show that depending on what and where we're going with it, depends again on how we're going to have the results of whether it's going to actually transition, in a shorter period of time or not. Also, too, when you're looking at, program managers, things that were shelved that we're bringing back and, trying to be able to put back out there, and the opportunities with other organizations wanting to play as well as not, non-SBIR folks, and doing the mission funding. I think statistically, there's all kinds of things that show the structure and possibility, not only that, the roughness of, how long it takes. So it could be, 3 years, 5 years, 12 years, 15 years, just depending on what the situation is. Sorry about that, Daryl. Thanks for picking up for me.
It's all good. So, so to kind of launch off what Denise just said, plus what the RI gentleman said, the best way to success, in my mind, in technology transition is that team. It's making sure you understand the market in which your technology should serve, and making sure you get the right stakeholders involved in the conversation as early as possible, and make sure everyone has a mutual sense of understanding and agreement on what there is to do to get from where you are to where you want to be. And that each stakeholder also understands, what investments are going to be required, what actions are going to be necessary. So when you start talking about collecting metrics, I always go back to the very basics of, we need to be leading people to do the things that will lead to more successful metrics. And again, I'm not to air frustration. I think we can do better than we're doing in terms of making sure we have some standardized ways of thinking. Let people know what our metrics and what our definitions are. But again, in a time of change, it's difficult to put clarity out when we're trying to figure it out too, about what really works and what doesn't. So long answer to a short question.
Daryl.
Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate it from both of you. So that's it for the questions. So gonna ad lib, and all of you will be prepared for this question because it's a very simple, easy one. We've got about 10 minutes left. So before we get into final closing thoughts, this is generalized. I believe the only one who directly we obviously know who would answer would be Dan. But how has the partnership of this from Tech Warrior with AFRL RI, the partnership of SBIR, STTR, the NYSTEC team that's doing the background stuff, what is, if you could just sum up maybe in 1 to 2 minutes tops, we could go around each person if you like. How has this benefited not only your specific ecosystem, but the larger ecosystem as a whole that will in turn benefit this great nations of ours? So whoever wants to jump in first, go ahead.
I'll start if you want. So from the SBIR perspective, I think the most, and it's very, very simple and very fundamental. It's strange that in this day and time, we live in an information age, obviously, getting the word out that SBIR and STTR even exist is surprisingly difficult. If you're a startup, from a university or something, it seems to be a mystery to folks. So the fact that Tech Warrior actively seeks out the technologies from almost any source. And, you're not looking for pre-existing cyber. You're looking for whoever can bring a new gun to the fight. So I find that really, really, really advantageous. Another fundamental thing that I really like about the Tech Warrior concept and the way you guys do it is that, you mentioned the tech scouts, critical people to helping fill technology mission needs. And I really, really like the more product center and program office people we can get involved in this, the better, in my opinion, because the earlier you take a look at something, the earlier you can assess utility. And I think that's part of what Tech Warrior allows us to do, is assess utility really early on, while simultaneously informing the IP owner about what seems to work and what doesn't work, and what fits and what doesn't work. And they can make some business decisions with it. So I just see a lot of good going on.
So I'm going to add to that if I can. Daryl, that was a phenomenal explanation. Definitely hit that on the head. For us, at the Information Directorate, between, our leadership, Cyber Tech Warrior, or Tech Warrior, and the cyber team, this has been a great community outreach as well. And it also meets, a lot of the things that we wouldn't have maybe done, currently. So it's also, about the community, working ecosystem, locally within New York State and outside. So, with NYSTEC being able to have the resources as well, our cyber team to have their resources, because they have some great relationships with, the cyber community. And as far as our leadership goes, with their support as well as their resources, this has given us a great view of how Tech Warrior can work not only in the virtual world, but how they work in the one-on-one. And, to be able to give feedback to each of the companies, as well as our cyber team to give back, I think is a great thing. So just to add to that.
So I'll take that for Tech Warrior. So Denise and Daryl definitely hit it on the head. For us, for Tech Warrior, John and I are ground pounders. We're grunts, so we can't do it all. So what we do is we rely on partnerships and networking. We're really good at getting you through the door, and if we can't help you, and we can partner you with people that can. So for us in Tech Warrior, it just broadens our spectrum, right? And not only are we taking care of the warfighter collectively, but we're also collectively taking care of those small businesses, especially in the environment that we are right now with COVID. I retired a year ago from the military, and I think that I can still serve in the capacity, taking care of our military, as we all do. So I'm very appreciative with all the partnerships that we have and all the mentoring that we get from everybody, because this is all new to us, but we gotta think smarter and partner with smarter people. And that's why we partner with you guys, Denise, because we're definitely not the smart ones. So thank you again for everything.
Thanks, Dan. I don't say that at all. And the one thing I did want to say was to you and John, thank you both for your service and the time that it is all about, the mission. It is about our, the warfighter and, all of both, military and civilian. So yeah, absolutely. You're welcome, by the way.
Thank you. And thank you for your guys' service also.
Not a problem.
So this is Brian. I'll just add something quick. All of those things, of course, are important. So I'll just add an additional one. For us, I think diversity is important, and this allows us to get in contact with a whole new community of smart people. Diversity in thought, but background, approach, viewpoints. Those that have time to tinker and explore these things, that's where innovation comes from. So this really allows us to expose our problems to a wider range of critical thinkers that might not think the way we do, and that's where excellence comes from. So thank you everyone for participating.
I think that this is just the start at Innovari of these types of events where we build an ecosystem of partnerships to solve these technical challenges. So thank you. Anybody else?
No, I agree.
Outstanding. Really appreciate all the kind words, and as Dan said, it's all about bringing in. This is a team sport. There's no war has been fought and won by one individual. So partnerships from all over, and Dr. Wysocki, you said it perfectly, that having that diversity of having 2 doctors in the room and then an honorary doctor sitting at the head of the table is key, because we all don't know everything. And if you're out there and you think you know everything, then you could be part of the problem. Someone brings something to the team, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from. If nothing else, they could tell you how great you are, and that makes you even better. But everybody brings something to the table. And collectively, this team that was just as part of this panel, with the help of the folks that are participating in the challenge, will shape the way the next cyber attack is handled, or potentially the next war is handled, because we are entering into a new age of, if you would have turned back time a year ago, nobody thought that they would be sitting in a conference, in an event like this, using telework. But now it's become a day-to-day part of our lives. Thanks to the virus, we've changed the way we've done things. We rely on the security of this. We don't know who is actually in here listening to our broadcast. But with the support of the team and the small businesses, we're able to prevent possible folks that don't belong in these rooms listening to us. So if anyone has any last parting shots before I get into the closing remarks of the day. Going once, twice, sold to the man with the 50-gallon hat in the back. All right, so with that, this is the transition to the closing remarks. That was a smooth transition. So today was our public day. So for those of you that have joined us from the public, thank you from the bottom of our heart, from each and every one of our team members. And again, this is a team sport. There are so many countless faces that you will never see or hear from that have helped put this together. So as I started the day off, I'd like to close the day off. Thank you to each and every one of you. You are countless in numbers. So to thank you by name, I would leave someone out. So thank you to each and every one of you that have supported this. From the person who got a cup of coffee for someone, the folks that are working to get the questions to us, to making sure that all the support is there, to the team leads, to everyone that has had a hand in today, thank you. And thank you most importantly to the small businesses that are here putting their products out to potentially get to the warfighter. And then thank you to those of you from the public that have joined us. Those of you that are not part of this event and have just listened in for the last couple of hours, I challenge you to look at the overall briefings from today. While hearing these great people speak, you get an insight into their thoughts and their minds. However, as the next 4 days of our event unfold, those 8 companies that have been selected to be part of this Tech Warrior Cyber Ops will get to interact with these folks and get to talk face-to-face with these subject matter experts. There is no other opportunity for that is currently out there. If you wanted to talk to the 3 gentlemen at RI, the 2 doctors, and the honorary doctor, you probably would never have a platform other than this to get that. And then furthermore, as the couple days unfold for the companies, to potentially get more one-on-one feedback from those great gentlemen. Some folks didn't understand. Hopefully today there's been someone who's been educated on the potential opportunity from the SBIR, STTR program office and the funding that's available. Maybe there's someone who's not even in the cyber that you had nothing else to do on a Monday afternoon, that you just thought this would be a great event, and you have a different technology that you'd like the Tech Warrior Enterprise to interact with you. Reach out. If you're unsure of how to get a hold of anybody, the most simplistic way is to contact us. Our email is a mouthful. It's twenterprise@wright, WRIGHT, -research.org. If you submit a question to us and it's not directly for us to answer, and it's one of these great participants that were on the call, or one of our amazing speakers that participated today, we will get it to them and try to facilitate you an answer. We at the Tech Warrior Enterprise want to be your bird dog, meaning that we want to point you in the right direction to get your product to our great men and women of this nation that have put on the uniform and that will defend our country against all enemies from all platforms. So thank you to those of a great thank you needs to go out to the warfighter. Thank you so much for what you men and women do on a daily basis. We appreciate you keeping our country free, and we will remain free because we are the home of the brave. So from this point, we're now going to transition into our networking event. There's going to be a slide that comes up. I believe we'll have a short 5-minute intermission for you to top off your coffee, use the facilities if needed, and then we will start immediately. If you go to twecyberops.com that is shown on the screen, you'll go in there, there will be a link for the network hour. We'll go into the network hour. Myself and Dan will be in there to facilitate any other questions or talk amongst the small businesses. So again, to the entire team that has put this together, thank you so much for your support and continued support over the next 4 days. Look forward to interacting with you folks over in the network room. Have a great day, and we'll see you there.